the West.
Western time. Throughout all of our history, in the midst of combat, bullets flying by, they were able to maintain their composure, and they knew that if their time was called, they will have given their life in the most worthy of all things. In the only way that can truly demand the life from you, and that is in service to the spirit of the West. The spirit of the West. The West.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right we will. Ancillary story today, Trump is coming back, and there's a lot of angst in the Republican ranks as a consequence. Senator throws hissy fit, threatens to use Congress against Elon Musk over Twitter's spat. And we have another article, a brutally honest review of the 2022 midterm election. It's all about ballots and votes, folks. There's a big difference. Go free lesson of the day. Anti-whites are not hypocrites. We also have from the glossary, vagues. We'll talk about them. And the MP. We are all children of God, so everyone should just mix. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. A professional football scout was on vacation in Israel. Where else would they vacation? And witnessed a clash between Palestinians and the IDF. Before he returned to his hotel, he saw a Palestinian young man throw a sizable rock, 60-some yards, that went right through the window of an IDF armored personnel carrier and hit an Israeli soldier on the helmet. 5 more rocks, and the Palestinian had accurately done the same thing across the battlefield. Freshly recruited to play for the Detroit Lions, the new Palestinian quarterback led his team from victory to victory. During the on-field party after winning the Super Bowl, the Palestinian was asked if he wanted to go to Disney World. He declined and asked for a phone to call his mother. "Mom, I just won the Super Bowl," he shouted into the receiver. And out of the receiver came his mother's angry voice. "Why do you call me now? Your father was murdered. Your sister has been raped. Your brother was disfigured in a clash. And I have been robbed twice. I will never forgive you for moving us to Detroit." welcome everybody for another splendid Going Free. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac. You can see it through my window as usual. 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you around the planet Earth. It's great to be here with you, as it always is, where we have love, we have laughter, we have joy, and we are recapturing our destiny for Western kind, so that generations yet to come won't have to live the way we lived our lives. You may financially gift over the course of this gathering. You can do that on Entropy. You can do that on Cash App. You can do that on Odyssey. The URLs for all three of those are in the description below. You may even use the now increasingly worthless cryptocurrency. You can do that on Cash App. You can also head on over to my website and knowwhyguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab. You will see there some wallets that we use. You can financially gift those nearly worthless coins. If you would like to give them up, I still will accept them, even though they have plummeted in value. Great to see everybody, whoever is showing up on Odyssey, and if anybody shows up on DLive, YouTube as well. I already see that the champions have shown up. And if you want to speak to me, you have a question or comment, whatever it might be, a statement, and you don't want to financially gift, just tag me as No White Guilt in one of these chats, or you can head on over to the question widget, Tall Kevin widget, over there on Entropy. It's up and running, looks good, looks handsome as yours truly. Wonderful to be. I see the great Brant Danger here, Dean of School of the West. There's the magnificent Yiz the Unifier. Looks like there's an issue with the audio. We can fix that, though. And thank you all for letting me know. Here we go. How about now? Is it any richer, fuller, better, stronger, faster? Microphone. Disgruntled conservative. Might have been the first one in to mention that the mic wasn't working. Where are my swashbucklers? Where are my Raise the swashbuckling flag, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to have all the swashbucklers here. Thank you for getting in here really quick with the microphone being the wrong one. And it's one of those marvelous things that just happens, and you've done nothing to cause that. But it's just like the software. Just like, no, we don't want to use the microphone you want to use anymore. No, we want to use this shitty one over here that we have put in a toilet upside down in a backroom alley of a basement where nothing but wild raccoons can be seen running around, maybe doing combat with rats. That's the mic we want you to use. So speak up so they can hear you. Matt is here. Oh, he's already got a swashbuckler flag up. We have some swashbucklers we're going to be talking about a little bit later. Magnificent champions, you know the names, getting out there in live chats. If you get out in a live chat somewhere and you post something about us and acting like a true swashbuckler, you want folks to come on over, you financially gift, get a screenshot, make sure you get that to me, and we will celebrate you as we will be celebrating others. WLK, TJ, Ash, New York Redneck. Great to see you all. I know Franklin is here. The Orange Hails to you as well. Got some skulls, got some cross swords, got some pirate flags for my swashbucklers. I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to be doing some serious swashbuckling in about a year and a half serious swashbuckling, because Donald J. Trump is going to be running for office again. And we are no fanboy of Trump. We didn't follow him around and lick the pavement where he strode. No. We were very critical of him. We got excited about him. We made some predictions about him prior to his first run for office, things we would see if he really meant what he said, and we didn't see those things. And so we didn't see as much action as he had promised. And he also obviously engaged in anti-white things that we object to. However, having said that, there will be nothing more fun than Donald J. Trump striding back in to run for president this next cycle, laying waste to the anti-whites in the Democrat Party, the anti-whites in the Republican Party. Let's have a quick look at, and that will be an opportunity for us. We didn't have we weren't really in place
in this community, the white positive community. We weren't really in place to take advantage of Trump running for president the way some others were. And this time we will be. So when I say we're going to be doing some serious swashbuckling, what I'm saying is that when this guy starts running, we need to be showing up everywhere where his fans are showing up, where his people are showing up. We're red-blooded American, law-abiding, tax-paying, hunting, shooting, good Americans are going to be showing up, and we need to have our MAGA gear, and we need to be telling them all about going free, because that is the pool of people from whence we have to draw people. That's the pool. We have to find good people, because those are the ones that clearly want to change America back to a place that we would define as the recapture of our destiny in some ways, certainly, if not most. Trump angst grips Republicans again in 2024. Announcement looms as it looms. Pearl Lady is here, white and proud. Said loosen. Anomalous is here. Cool Papa J Magic. Kristen is here. Johnny Johnson, Hyperborean Dream, Montana Kid, great Elaine Sabatino. Before the votes are even fully counted in the 2022 midterm election, and we're going to be reading about the difference between votes and ballots. It's a fascinating article. We'll get to it, though. Republicans are starting to face a decision. Do they stick with Donald J. Trump in 2024 or leave him behind? Look, there's no leaving this guy behind, all right? For 7 years, in office and out, before and after, supporters, I'm going to say, came to the Capitol on Patriots Day, the day that the Patriot lost his innocence. Mr. Trump, President Trump, has exerted a gravitational pull on the party's base, and through it, the country's politics. No matter how hard lawmakers, strategists, officials, and even his own vice president tried to escape his orbit. They're just all trying to get away from him. That's what it is. I want share in the live chat your favorite Donald J. Trump line. Was it Little Marco? Was it something about Ted Cruz's wife? What was it? What was your favorite Donald J. Trump line when he was running for office, when there was all of that enthusiasm? We're going to stoke that again. We're going to stoke that again, that enthusiasm, except this time it's going to be all up against in their faces, white well-being, going free. You've got to get away from this two-party system garbage and become real servants to what truly matters in the United States, and that's the recapture of our destiny. The orange says, Little Marco. Yiz the eunuch says her favorite line was, grab him by the pussy. Brad Danger says, they're not sending their best. Yep. Yeah, Trump got out there, and Trump's like, we're shutting this Muslims coming into the country right down. Does anybody remember that? It's like, we're not going to let any more of the Muslims in. And then the media went absolutely ape shit. So we're going to build a wall. Who said that? Was Brett Brandt that said build a wall? That was his favorite. Cool Papa J Magic said low energy Jeb. Only Rosie O'Donnell, is that the New York redneck? Nationalism TV says, oh, you're a tough guy, Jeb. What about the time when Jeb Bush, as lame and awkward, I mean, and as totally typical as all male Republicans are? Do you remember that time where he said, it was in a debate, there were maybe like 7 candidates left, and he said something, I think they were all didn't have lecterns and were standing. Could that be right? He said something, and then Trump gave him like a attaboy, and he like took it. He was like, yeah, thanks. Oh my God, what a joke. Really demonstrating that who was chump and who was boss right then. Fake news, exactly. Fake news was interesting because that was supposed to be a meme pathogen that the anti-whites broke out, and it was brand new and Democrat circles, as I recall. And Trump came in, and Trump's just like, thank you, I'll take that. And he started saying it, and that was it. It hadn't made its way out into the public yet and hadn't seeded itself in people's minds. So he took it, and before it got planted, and then he planted it and put his name all over it. Carlisle is with us, and she says that her favorite line from Trump was, "Your wife looks like a dog, Ted." Oh, yeah, Tom says, talking about Hillary Clinton when they had the debate, because you'd be in jail. You don't want me to be president because you'll be in jail. Unfortunately, we know, looking back, that none of that happened. But if he had put them in jail, then things might have turned out better for him. So maybe we should just continue to remind him. But tell me that's not going to be fun. Tell me another Donald J. Trump run for president isn't going to be the most exciting thing that's going to happen in your life when it comes to American politics. The first one, was the most exciting thing, the funniest thing that has ever happened in our lives in politics and in American politics. And without question that a second run is going to be hopefully as fun. But if it even is approximate how much fun that was and how funny it was, it's going to be 10 times better than normal American politics, which are absolutely gelded, retarded garbage that we have to put up with. And we just know the Democrats just get to win everything. Who even cares? Trump could absolutely lose again. It could be a stolen election. Maybe this time it'll be like 450 million will vote for Biden's corpse. And just like they did in PA, where the dead voters voted in the dead guy, and the other dead voters and paraplegic, unconscious voters voted in the living dead guy. I mean, who cares? The whole run up through that will be a ball. It'll be a blast, and it'll be an opportunity for us to have swashbuckling fun, to raise the banner, to cross the swords, to get out there among people who are feeling like us in so many ways, unable to articulate it because they haven't heard the key concepts, and this time get it to them. We need to be gearing up now. We need to be turning the gears now so that when we get to that run for president, we are ready to bring everything that we have to bear to reach millions of our brothers and sisters. We need to, mark my words, that's going to be fun, and that's going to be a time that us swashbucklers are going to rule the day. The Orange is asking, is Trump pro-white? No, he's not. WLK says, favorite Trump line, mine is bigger and it works. Talking about his red button versus Kim Jong-il's red button. That's funny. Mine's bigger and it works. Yeah, Build the Wall Kingdom of Inland says, Austin is with us. Great to see you. You'd be in jail. Please clap. I don't remember him saying that. When did he say please clap? Somebody remind me. It's not like we're going to get Andrew Jackson, or it's not like we're going to get Jason Kuna running for president. That would change everything. And this fast, it's not like that's going to happen. So we might as well have this guy who can stand in the middle of a circus tent and hold everyone's attention. Fit and Healthy at Any Age is here. Great to see you, brother. There's Franklin. There's Lunder. Just looking to see what you all. Pearl Lady's asking, who did Trump say lipstick on a pig to? Oh, or was that Rosie O'Donnell? Megyn Kelly? Speedrunner says his favorite was, he's a choke artist, he's a liar. Or something like that with Jeb. So far we have De Sanctimonious. That's what we have so far. But I'm willing to bet that it's going to get real live in a heartbeat. It's going to get live, folks. It's going to get live, and we have to be there, swashbuckling style. I want us to be such epic swashbucklers that as Trump nears the presidency, he gets up to the lectern and says, where are my swashbucklers? That's what I want to have happen. And it'll be us, damn it. Lunder says, they said if my hands are small, something else was small. I can guarantee you there is no problem. I definitely remember that. Arden White is here. Oh, and her favorite line was, because it comes from China. 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 All right. Orange has a question about ethno-racial nationalism. We'll come back to that. J.M. Johnson says, I love the way you turn a negative political problem into a positive one for white well-being. Well, thank you. And now I want you all to notice, while all across the white sympathetic sphere, and also beyond the white sympathetic sphere, where you can find that other sphere where they orbit some other group of humanity, you are hearing all of these folks, content creators, thought leaders, organizers, they're all saying right now, this is they're either saying horrible midterms lost, and here are all the excuses why midterms lost, especially Con Inc. with Ben Shapiro guzzling his Manischewitz, saying, oh, it's the candidates. It wasn't our ideas that they adopted that were shit. It was the candidates that were garbage. That's why everybody lost. It was not our abstractions that were just wretched. This worship, this Con Inc. worship of Israel. It wasn't that was the problem. No, it was that the candidates were just lackluster. Of course, a dead guy won for the Democrats. Benny, a dead guy won. So apparently their ideas are good enough that a dead guy can win. Not only that, a zombie won. So apparently their ideas are good enough that dead guys and zombies can win. But on your side of the political spectrum, it's the candidates are not good enough. It's not your ideas, Benny. It's that your candidates are not good enough. Maybe the whole Israel first garbage is part of the problem in getting people to vote for their own well-being, because these people aren't Jews and they don't live in Israel. So maybe the whole Israel first gallant ally have to just serve them endlessly. Maybe that's a little bit of the problem. So you'll have folks like that on the right side of the spectrum that are saying, oh, the midterms are so awful, and here are all the reasons why that the Republicans failed. And then you have also in the white sympathetic sphere, big chunks saying, well, who just cares about politics? Really funny. A guy whose whole show and bit and shtick and whatever you want to call it was politics. Now it's just like, we don't even care about politics over here. Like a kid throwing a tantrum. I didn't even want to go out on the weekend. I didn't even want to go out. All my friends, they had incredible fun. And apparently aliens came down and spoke with all of them. But I didn't even want to go out. So I don't care about you, mom and dad. I mean, it's the most pathetic tantrum ever. So they're all telling you, I don't even care about politics, are worthless. But well, we know here in Service to White Well-Being, I've been saying for decades, it's neither politics, neither voting or violence that is going to recapture our destiny. Yeah, we talk about politics where it intersects with folks that we can reach with key concepts. That's what matters. And we can talk about the signs that we can read, the tea leaves, as a consequence of voting or balloting. And we'll see about that in just a moment. We can talk about those things as well. But we use everything that goes on in society. That's the big difference between us and white well-being and everybody else, is that we have a method that works, that changes lives for people, literally changes their lives for the better. Everything gets better. The more they apply the Go Free method, the better they get. We have thousands of live testimonials, written testimonials. They're on public. They're everywhere. I used to love how for several years, haters, me-nots of the work we were doing used to say, oh, that's another one of Jason's accounts. Oh, yeah, that's the 1,156th account of mine that I just am operating. I got hands like arms coming out of my ass, and I got keyboards over here, and I'm just typing back here. It's not all these people who are having their lives changed. We have that, and we take that into our lives so that we can apply it to everything. It's created to apply to everything in our lives. Got a work problem? It works there. Got a school problem? It works there. Got a politics problem? It even works there. Got a relationship problem? You got it. It works there. It works everywhere. That's what we do here. And so I might not be the first, but maybe the first you've seen that is already talking about how much fun we're going to have. Fun as swashbuckling champions during President Trump's run for president again. Fun, but also the opportunity that it gives us Does it give anybody else an opportunity? If you are inside of the right-left paradigm, you need Trump to win and then to carry out all of his promises. Before that, I'm getting ahead of myself. You need Trump to make promises that align with what you believe. Now, when you get in your Honda, when you get in your Volvo or whatever, what do you think the odds are that the billionaire Trump, who's going to be running for office, known worldwide by every human being, is going to listen to what you have to say or know what you have to say and then make a promise that aligns with your personal sentiments? Probably somewhere close to no fucking chance at all, right? I mean, you can agree with him on a position he might take, but the chance that it's going to be the other way, zero. We don't need that. Elsewhere, they're going to need him to then make that promise publicly and make it often so that there's a possibility that he will be bound up in it and really have to try to carry it out for his credibility. Then you need him to actually win a presidency, which is going to be no small feat when we see the difference between voting and ballots. We're going to take a look at it in just a moment. You need him to win. And then once he wins, unlike his previous term and the 500 miles or 400 miles or whatever it was of shitty chain link fence or whatever it was that he finally got built, you need him to actually effectuate, carry out all of those promises against the maelstrom of the anti-white universe that's going to come against him. What do you think the odds are of that? Probably not big. So you're like whether or not you are going to be a success or a failure is bound up where? Not in you, but in someone else. Someone else out there who will never know who you are and will never care about who you are. You could also be part of that group out there who just is going to hate on him. Just going to hate on him. He's just another one of their puppets. He's just because I'm just orbiting this other group of humanity over here. And this guy, this billionaire over here, he's just another one of their puppets. You see who they married into? And so how are you going to accomplish anything for your objective when your whole approach, when your whole method, when your whole being, your whole strategy is to say he's a puppet of some other group of humanity that you orbit as a villain in their story? Guess what? You're not getting shit done. Just like you've never gotten shit done. What's the difference here? Boy, it's a big difference. And yeah, this is kind of like the comparison when it comes to products and services, kind of like the comparison, because that's what people need to see. Here, it doesn't matter whether Trump knows what you like. It doesn't matter whether he promises what you want. It doesn't matter whether he promises it so much that he has to effectuate it in office. It doesn't matter that there's going to be a maelstrom against him if he even gets into office. The odds are pretty slim there. That there's going to be a maelstrom of anti-whiteism against him while he's in office, and that it doesn't accomplish anything. It doesn't matter whether or not he's a puppet of somebody else's group that you're a villain orbiting their story in. It doesn't matter who his family married into. It doesn't matter where. None of that matters. None of that matters because you are going to be able to take all of those instances, and you're going to be able to take this method right here that you should be, this should be dirty. Your copy should be dirty. It should be all written in. It's a practice. And you are going to make every one of those scenarios, giant constellations, work for us. That's the difference. And if you're too dumb to see that, you're in the wrong class. After a string of midterm losses by candidates Trump supported, there are signs of another Republican effort to inch the party away from former President ahead of his expected announcement on Tuesday. Even his allies on Capitol Hill demand new acts of fealty to him. Let's just jump to the bottom of this and see if they have anything relevant to say. Probably not. This is pretty much just what we already know. These are the never Trumpers. Voters in Georgia rejected Trump 2021. Let's see. Democrat strategists and leaders are looking well beyond December. Can't hide their and the Democrats saying can't hide their giddiness at the prospect of Trump running again. Let me tell you what. This is reverse psychology. They don't want him to run. They are afraid of Trump running. And what they do here, I told folks this when I worked on the Hill, and they were all too overly educated or just too low IQ'd or too mid-witty to get it, that this is reverse psychology. They actually don't want Trump to run, because if he runs, they're going to have a hell of a time. If they can get DeSanctimonious to run, it's going to be much easier to win, because DeSanctimonious, as much as you might like his policies, he could not light a match while inside of an oven. I mean, he is a wet towel, and maybe they could build him up. Maybe they could make him a little bit more exciting, but this guy is just a wet, cold towel while you are naked and wet in the Arctic. Nothing will come from him. They don't want, so when they say that, they're giddy, and they're already talking about these Republican strategists are always like, already saying, well, the Democrats are saying that they want him to run, so maybe we shouldn't. Shut up, bitch. We absolutely do. Trump is the man. Trump for the next presidential cycle, folks. Make it loud. You don't got to like Trump. You got to support anything that he wants. He is our ticket to spreading white well-being to as many people as possible. And you know it's true. Let me see what you all are saying. We're going to bring it back to this part of the office. And I'll take a quick look here. Brant Danger, thank you very much for sharing No White Guilt Collectibles, where you can find the books. You can find all kinds of fun things. Maybe I'll put mugs up like this. Maybe I'll put up this wonderful mug. Look at that. Look at that. Why wouldn't you want that? This is my meta mug. Meta mug. And then, of course, if you've been here long enough, you will totally understand the mode here. Yeah, it's unlocked, baby. I unlocked it a long time ago. I've gone beyond that mode. Y'all who are still playing near the midway part of the game, and you're thinking, boy, I can just hope I find that way to unlock Sexy Beast mode. It's not an easy thing to find. Cindy Ben is here. Make America Great is here. Make sure you grab the URL and you share it with your circles. You grab the URL, you share it with your circles. If you don't have circles, go make some circles so that you can share the URL. Let's go ahead and jump into this article. Senator throws hissy fit, threatens to use Congress against Elon Musk over Twitter spat. Now, this kind of thing, folks, would have to have been done in secret in the past. Because of the population, because the population was far more white than it is today. And so you couldn't just say, I'm going to abuse my power in office to punish somebody that I don't like. You had to do that in secret. The more we become like a Central or South American country. And by the way, when DeSanctimonious won and he came out to give that speech, and I saw his wife in the absolutely gaudy trash gold dress, I felt like I was inside of some tin pot Banana Republic. I mean, it's just like, are you joking? If I wanted to live in a Banana Republic, if I wanted to live in a Central or South American Banana Republic, I would have moved to one. And now you have this guy stroll out. I mean, what's next? What's next? If DeSanctimonious won president, are they going to come out? Is it going to be like Louisiana? You know, it's going to be like the parades in Louisiana, Mardi Gras, and they're going to be like big giant like gold and purple fans, and they're going to be like flying them up, and confetti is going to be streaming all over. I mean, what is next? What is next? And I'm going to have to put up with some gaudily dressed and needing far more clothes than she has on, a female up on top of with a giant black ass on top of like a pickup truck that's going to pull up behind DeSanctimonious. And it's going to be like, we won. Everybody's going to have like masks on and everything. No, thank you. If I wanted to live in that, then I would move there. But I don't want to live in that. But that's what we get now. That's what we're told. That's America now. That's your greatest chance. That's your greatest hope. Forget it. No, thank you. But now, since the population looks much more like Central and South America, we get behaviors. We get the type of corruption that we see in Central and South America. Obviously not a consequence of the people that live there. It's obviously a consequence of the types of trees that grow there and the certain streets that have certain street names on them. That's what causes it to happen. Senator throws hissy fit, threatens to use Congress against Elon Musk over Twitter spat. Senator Ed Markey, Democrat of Massachusetts, a man who chooses to use a portrait of himself wearing a mask as his Twitter profile picture. Is it a like a medical mask, I wonder? Or maybe he's wearing one of those Mardi Gras masks. I don't know. Or maybe to one of his perverted parties that they have there in Washington, D.C., all these folks. At least it's rumored to be the case. He reacted like an angry child today after Elon Musk absolutely owned him in a Twitter regarding the state of Twitter's rocky rollout of the new blue verification process. It started when what could be the problem? Why been out of shape so much? It's just, this is the thing that it's going to happen. It is the endless criticism that anti-whites pour on everything that isn't anti-white enough. Everything that isn't anti-white enough. Try to do that with another ideology out there. It started when Markey opined on the ongoing turbulence concerning Twitter's new verification system, which Musk has repeatedly admitted was in the process of being fixed and polished. Markey proudly shared a Washington Post journalist account of how they managed to create a verified account impersonating Markey with little difficulty. Again, this is the kind of garbage that you're going to see just rolling out endlessly from the anti-whites for everything that isn't anti-white enough. What are you going to do when this guy decides to take a trip somewhere, and you can't claim then that he's not that enough? It's not going to work for you. That's why this method is the right method. Quote, a Washington Post reporter was able to create a verified account impersonating me. I'm asking for answers from Elon Musk, who's putting profits over people. That's the filthy stuff the Democrats is another mean pathogen that Democrats use in government all the time. Anti-whites use in government all the time. It's profits over the people. And then you people are so just dumb. They end up, oh, really? Well, then they must be all about the rich. And so I'll just go to this other side. I won't even care that the unions are absolutely shafting me and moving all my jobs overseas. That's fine. Even though they're supposed to be fighting for me and even replacing me, that's fine. I'm asking for answers from Elon Musk, putting profits over people and his debt over stopping disinformation. Twitter must explain how this happened and how to prevent it from happening again, Markey tweeted, attaching a scary-looking official letter expressing outrage at the possibility of such an impersonation attempt taking place. Let me get a drink. Claritin D, the antihistamine drug, has a way of drying you out like you wouldn't believe. As Musk is known to do, I love this, just get this. As Musk is known to do, he responded with humor to Mackey's pearl-clutching letter simply by writing, quote, perhaps it's because your real account sounds like a parody. The remark quickly drew out the lurking Democrats. So I'm going to point out again. There was one guy out there who told you. Who was that guy? One guy. He's very handsome. He's in rock, solid, shredded shape. He's a genius. One guy who told you what the whole purchase of Twitter was about. Do you remember? At the very beginning, not it's underway or anything, before it all started, I told everybody that this is about Elon Musk being able to punch back. That's all this is. That's all. Everybody getting kicked off of Twitter, it's going to stay that way. He's not going to be capitulating in any real fundamental way. There'll be little efforts to be able to say he's doing X, Y, or Z. I don't see much more than that. Certainly not until he's made it a very profitable entity. But it's all about this. It's all about Musk being able to punch back and not be afraid of being himself booted, censored from the platform. And it ended up being right. So I guess we know who that guy was who told everybody. And then since you were told, you then could go out and tell, if you didn't think of it already on your own, because we have geniuses here in the white positive sphere. So if you hadn't thought about it on your own already, or if you had and you're not sure and then you heard me say it, you then could go out into your community and tell it to everyone. And now they're looking at you and thinking that you have somehow like stepped down off Mount Sinai. You are with us now. The heavens have cracked open. Your words are from on high. That doesn't happen elsewhere. You just end up making a fool of yourself with your friends and family elsewhere. The remark quickly drew out lurking Democrats who were quick to defend Markey. Is this like Markey, before warning Musk, a successful billionaire entrepreneur, not to piss off. And that's the other thing. This is obviously like a Republican type of comment. They always got to throw that in. Like, if you are successful at business, then you're smarter than everybody else. Then you're more moral than everybody else. Then you're more legitimate than everybody else. Fuck all that. I don't agree with that shit at all. Absolutely not. It doesn't mean any of those things. Those individuals can be the most mentally disturbed reprobates. I do not worship the God of economy. We put people first. We put our biospirit first. Everything else has to serve that. But here they go, the billionaire. Not to piss off. Okay, so this is what they said. They said, the Democrats said, not to piss off a U.S. senator who happens to sit on several committees that could impact Musk's various business dealings. Now, Musk had the perfect response to this. This is what they said again. In other words, the message was, don't trigger Markey or he'll come after you. You know, like President Biden's DOJ and FBI do to conservatives they don't like. So this is definitely confirmed a conservative article, or written by a conservative. So Musk and his perpetual brilliance, he's brilliant because he's a billionaire, according to conservatives and Republicans, immediately responded to the idea that he could be threatened for exercising his right to free speech. Quote, "Are you suggesting the senator will abuse his power to attack me?" Musk replied, silencing the Bernie dullards. So it was a bunch of Bernie fans, which we ended up finding a lot of in the white sympathetic sphere. I swear to you, I am learning more about the white sympathetic sphere. I guess it's once you really have to get down in like the weeds, you find out, holy shit, like tons of these people are not what they claim to be. Tons of them aren't even white. They're not even white. And they don't care about the white race either. They want to hate another race, but they don't care about our race. "Are you suggesting the senator will abuse his power to attack me?" Musk replied, silencing the Bernie dullards. Musk also hilariously called out Markey for his ridiculous asinine profile pic, which is a portrait of himself wearing a mask of a donkey's ass. Oh, I'm sorry. A medical mask. Let's see, Musk said, "And why does your profile picture have a mask?" Musk tweeted, generating thousands of hilarious responses and virtual cheers as he faced off against the powerful Democrat senator on his home turf. It goes on, and as we're rolling on, I'm going to wrap up the first segment here pretty soon so we can keep rolling and get into other very exciting parts of our gathering today. But it goes on to say that Markey and the Dems are further threatening Musk that you will do this. You will not intimidate me. You will not humiliate me. You will crawl on the floor to me. That's what Markey's saying. You are going to be obsequious. You are going to be sycophantic. You are going to be a mutt. You'll be the Musk mutt to me, Markey. And you will crawl in here, or I'm just going to go ahead and abuse my power. And why can they say that? Because not only do they have, so you have to understand how the dominoes fall. Corrupt individuals, once they occupy a power center and enough nerve centers, that they can pull off their corruption without concern that they're going to go to jail for it, without having to hide from the other power holders that are visible, will continue to claim or will continue to hide the abuse of power as best they can. The reason for that is there is another power holder in toto, and that is the population. If the population will look the other way, then and only then can they openly abuse power. So that it can be like a sign, if you will, like it's like a bellwether. It's like a sign. Okay, we now can see how bad it is in the United States. You can use this in all of our Western countries. If they can talk about open corruption so that the public can see, you are in a really bad place. You are in a much worse place than you were when they were able to be corrupt. So you kind of know, you can put like almost like dates on it. Okay, definitely at this point, they were corrupt enough to break the law within the closed system and get away with it, but they kept it secret as best they could so that the public wouldn't find out. We've gone beyond that. This is a big step over the Rubicon where they're just like openly saying, "Oh no, we'll just abuse the power," and we can see this massive abuse of power all across Elon Musk's holdings. And what did I tell you all even before the purchase? The thoughts of the purchase of Twitter. I said Elon Musk was going to have to go to war or capitulate. He was going, and metaphorical war. We're going to get to this article right now about, you're going to want to know, this is a very fascinating article about midterm elections. It's not going to go down into the names. It's not going to get down into the detritus or anything like that. It's talking about the difference between votes and ballots and how you harvest such things, if you will. It's not very long, but you'll take a lot away from it. But I said that Musk is going to have to go to war against these folks. He's going to have to take a colossal sum of money and maybe buy a whole building and staff it from top to bottom, hundreds of employees. He'd have to have lawyers. He'd have to have detectives. He'd have to, on and on. And remember, I told him, I said, reach out to me and we can make this happen. And because he's going to have to go on the offensive. He's going to have to go after every entity out there who might go after him. He's going to have to find individuals out there, groups out there, organizations out there to absolutely destroy, to create the fear of the mad dog in the others. He has to actively do that. If he sits on his laurels and handles their attacks, parries their attacks as best he can, there's no chance in hell. They will dominate. So, for example, GM says, we're going to withhold our advertising on your platform until you conform to anti-whiteism. Well, he needs a campaign against the individuals who made the decisions in GM, not against the company. If it were a smaller company, you could do it against the company, ruin the company. Company's too big, too many power holders. Find one or two or three to destroy their lives. Those who made that decision that GM is going to stand back. This is how intelligence works. Not everybody has it. You know what I have, though? I have been just endlessly over the past week. Perhaps you all have noticed, and I'm going to read this article right now, but perhaps you all have noticed that I have been talking about corruption. We got corruption in the white sympathetic sphere. We have some serious corruption in the white sympathetic sphere. Because over the past week, some of you all may have noticed that I have been called a Jew and a murderer and fed and just 10,000 times, if once, by some very lonely, sad individuals out there. Very lonely, very sad individuals because they don't have arguments. And so that's the only thing that they can do is wield that sort of slander, that sort of calumny against anybody who makes an argument against something that they want to do. So just if you have noticed that, then we're just really discovering that there are two different communities. There needs to be a nice firm divorce between those who orbit another race of mankind, another people of mankind, and those who actually care about white people, those who actually want to protect white people, those who focus and center white people. Those are different communities, and I hope they can get therapy. But I bid them adieu. A brutally honest review of the 2022 midterm election. As the political discussion centers on the 2022 wins and losses from the midterm election, one thing stands out in similarity to the 2020 general election is the difference between ballots and votes. How many people have thought about that before? Ballots and votes. There's the great ForNull is with us. LOL is with us. Joe is with us. Great to see everybody. Who else is here? Stay engaged. Tamara May is here. Hello. Stay engaged. Oh, so we actually have some of these lowlifes in the live chat today. Trolls, that's what they are, trolls. And I have troll slayers par excellence. So you have no chance in hell. So they show up, no argument to be made. It's just right to Fed. He's ugly. He's, all about me. He's a Fed. He's ugly. The troll slayers are at work. Simon's here. Ivan's here. Roger's here. Coconut is here. Great to see you, sister. How are you and your colossal beast of a husband? Sam is here. Mr. Theron is with us. Nancy Drew is here. Nancy's asking me, do I think that DeSantis is a Trojan horse? I'm going to keep you all just right on the edge. Ballots versus votes. What's the difference? You're going to find out in a moment. Is DeSantis a Trojan horse? I guess it depends on what you mean by Trojan horse in this case. I think that he most likely is would genuinely be happy with being president and would like to win and is not aware of any sort of scheme to get him in and oust Trump, at least at this point, and oust Trump. Or get him in for the purpose of ousting Trump, sort of a thing. Could it be possible that people are coming to his aid that are never Trumpers, and they're not bothering telling DeSanctimonious about their plan? That's possible and likely as well. So if that's what you mean, then yeah. Azimuth Clark is with us. Let's see. Does anybody have any questions? Pearl Lady says, I don't doubt Trump would adopt the Go Free lexicon because he has too big of an ego and everything has to be his idea. Yes. She doubts it, rather, because of his ego. Yes, but he also wants to win. He also wants massive success. He also wants plaudits and adulation like the world has never known. Now, remember, there are people here in this community that I told people in this community, was it 3 days out when Trump was in office? I told people in this community, how many times have I said that? So this wasn't like I'm throwing a dart at the wall and then we'll just see what happens, right? How many times have I said something of enormous consequences about to happen? How many times have I said that? Right? So I said that something huge, something of enormous consequences about to happen. And then what happened just a couple days later? Trump said, what about white people? And I thought, because of that, because when you can, people are still looking at these so-called, divinators from 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago. And it's already been proven how much hogwash it was as they were scrying in the water and whatever else, the drugs they were using. But they still will look to them. Nostradamus. So I figured, if I can say right before something enormous is going to happen, that it's going to happen, and then it happens, that hordes would be convinced. Hordes would just say, I'm sorry, what? Did that guy just say? And come on over. Just like, nope. Some of the problem is these people that are endlessly slandering me and this community. Why is that? Because they hate the white race. They hate the white race. They don't want white people focused. They don't want white people centering white people in our story. And then viewing the rest of the world, all threats are in this group. We take care of threats to our people. They don't want that. That's not good enough. When you tell them anti-white encapsulates everybody who could behave in an anti-white way. And that means that, like I have said to these folks, if we could make anti-whiteism illegal, let's just say for being in the experimental room of thought here, if we could make anti-whiteism illegal so that it couldn't happen, would you be satisfied with that? And every single one says no. So do they care about the white race or not? No, they and every single time, either they just flat out say, no, that's not good enough, or they say, okay, that'd be fine if, so they throw in a qualifier. That'd be fine if you also liquidate this group of people, if you also steal everything from this group of people. So that just makes it very clear on what their position is. And so since I and this community are bringing people away from that other community of being a villain in somebody else's story, they hate me with a passion. Do you have any idea? ForNull, how many death threats did I share with you? I mean, that wasn't even, that was like in 5 minutes. I just sent him over a handful of death threats that have been given to me, saying things like, not only are they going to murder off this other group of humanity, but that I am a member of that group of humanity and a Fed, and so therefore they're going to murder me too. So what is it then? Is it concern for white? If I could end all of the victimization of whites, good enough? No, not good enough. Okay, so you are not in our community. You're a different group. The thing that's very upsetting, aside from the threats that undermine, or in the slanders that undermine people's participation in what we're doing here, and therefore prevents people from coming, is also the genuine, like sort of offensive nature of what they do. And that is they actually talk about, and sometimes I can't believe they tag me. They like want me to know that they're going out looking for the people that are in our community and attempting to peel them off to get them to become the villain in somebody else's story and orbit that other group of people. So do these people care about the well-being of white people? No, of course not. Of course, it's just obvious. It's just obvious. It's so obvious. You're a Fed. You're a Jewish Fed, Jason. You're a Jewish Fed. That's what you are. Carlisle said the song, oh, it's what is the song? Trying to remember the song now. It'd be good to it would be good to put in their faces. The Fed. Such a Fed, Jason. What's the song? Lunder says, so would a MAGA focus in terms of outreach be the best bet if Trump listens to those he surrounds himself with? If MAGA folks start using the lexicon? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you are thinking like a swashbuckler. You are definitely thinking like a swashbuckler. Oh, there's a man who lives a life of danger. Isn't that it? All right, get ready. Get ready for some dad voice. This is what I want. Dad singing. Dad singing. All right. I'm not a singer. right? But dad singing. This is what all of these, he's a Fed. This is what they should know. Let's see, how does this go? This is too funny. All right, I'm gonna try to do it like over the top, like acting. There's a man who lives a life of danger. There's that leads a life. There's a man who leads a life of danger. To everyone he meets, he stays a stranger. With every move he makes, another chance he takes. Odds are he won't live to see tomorrow. Secret agent man, secret agent man, they've given you a number and taken away your name. Yeah. Secret agent, I'm Fed. I'm a Fed. That's what I'm saying. I'm sending the message out to all the other Feds out there. Beware of pretty faces that you find. A pretty face can hide an evil mind. Oh, be careful what you say, or you'll give yourself away. The odds are you won't live to see tomorrow. Secret agent man, secret agent man, they've given you a number and taken away your name. What else do we have here? Is there more to the song? Huge. Cool Papa J says huge. Yeah, when he says that. I didn't like it at first, but I ended up liking it. Ivan says he liked when Trump said, go home to mommy. Sorry, I'm just looking back at what you all wrote to see if there are any questions I missed. Yep, it's the secret agent man. ForNull says, yes. Are there more words to the song? Secret agent man, White Calling writes. Oh, no, there is a third part. Now the song's stuck in my head, says Coconut. Oh, it's going to get worse. Swinging on the Riviera one day, and then laying in a Bombay alley next day. Oh, no, you let the wrong word slip while kissing persuasive lips. The odds are you won't live to see tomorrow. Secret agent man, secret agent man, they've given you a number and taken away your name. Yes. Yes. So for all of you out there, Fed. Now you've got it. It's revealed. He revealed it, folks. He revealed it. I can see right now on all there. Did you see? He's saying secret agent man. He's obviously a Fed. Gim. Let's tell him we're going to put him into an oven again. Let's tell him we're going to kill his family. Let's plan the murder. There was one of them planning the murder on an open thread where everybody could see it. You just have to, it's positive thing about COVID is you can wear gloves, rubber gloves. You can use Scotch tape for your fingerprints. You can wear a mask and nobody will question this now. You can even absolutely don't give a shit about white people. And for everybody out there who says, oh, well, when you hate on that group all the time, it has nothing to do with murdering them. Just go ahead and have a look at all the threads about me, peppered with the people saying they're going to kill off all of that group and they're going to murder me as well. Because I want people to be white positive rather than orbiting some other group's story. Secret agent man. Just glowing, baby. That's what I need to do. I need to have like a glow. I need to have a light beamed on me so that I look. You know what I need? I need I need something that I could do with the software so that I glow while I'm talking here. What a bunch of fucking losers. All right. Insofar as electioneering is concerned, Where votes were the focus, the Biden administration suffered losses. However, now pay attention to that. Insofar as electioneering is concerned, where votes were the focus, the Biden administration suffered losses. However, I mean, broadly, the Democrats across the midterm. However, where ballots were the focus, the Biden administration won by far. Enormous, big time, like out of this galaxy victory by Democrats when it came to ballots versus votes. I mean, it's just unreal. I think with one exception in Texas, maybe, where it's like 2 people showed up to vote Democrat and that was it. Since the advent of ballot-centric focus through mail-in and collection drop-off processes, something that they made observing the collection drop-off boxes, I believe, check it out for yourself, that they made that illegal in Arizona to observe those boxes. You can't watch people committing fraud. Wow, are you serious? Democrats are in charge, baby. Votes have become increasingly less valuable amid the organizers who wish to control election outcomes. Could you imagine me like singing that for a bunch of children? They would love it. They would love it because they don't know what a professional singer sounds like yet. They would all be like, yeah, be like roaring kids, standing ovation, more secret agent man, more secret. And now there's a contingent out there in that community that wants real bad for me to unbutton here. And then there's some kind of costume underneath. Sick folks. Healthy contingent over here would just like the unbuttoning. Over there, unbutton and have some kind of costume underneath. As a direct and specific result, ballot distribution, assembly collection, and return has become the key to Democrat Party success. The effort to attain votes for candidates is less important than the strategy of collecting ballots. Do you hear that? There's a big difference here between electioneering for votes and ballots. And Democrats so dominate ballots that there's no competition for voting. You get your white ass in the car or whatever race you are of all immutable characteristics. You get into the car, you drive through the traffic, you get to the polling station, you stand there as somebody's like snotty kid sneezes and King Slimer from Ghostbusters shoots out of its face and like lands all over you in the floor. You put up with that. Then you get up to show your ID. You got to show your ID. You're like, wait a second. How do all the people who don't have IDs vote? Don't ask. You're not allowed to know that. You want to get arrested? No, I guess I'll show you my ID. And now from memory, your home address, your social security number, War and Peace, and sing the Star Spangled Banner. And then you get that little piece of paper. You get to take that over to the next old person who will, and I'm telling you, this is all totally legit. There's no way that any of that could become corrupted. And then that person gives you your actual ballot, and then you take it over, you fill it out, and you walk over and you hand it to the other person who's like leering at you. If they notice that you have voted anything Republican on it, they're like, I'm gonna pull this one out as soon as you leave, and we're gonna get your fingerprints, buddy. You're done. And then you get back in the car, and then all of that Slimer snot that you got on you from the kid that looked like he was suffering leprosy is now on the seat in your automobile. You go through all of that, and meanwhile, some Democrat operative she comes like walking up to the drop box like this. It's like she got 2 trash bags, and then she dumps those in. And then you thought she had like giant udder like breasts, and actually no, pulls those out. Those are 2 more bags of votes. Okay, that seems fair. I'm not saying, of course, that's all fake. Everything I'm saying, none of that happens. The Democrats are the most honorable, just, and virtuous people on planet Earth. They would never do anything wrong. It should be emphasized, these 2 distinctly different election systems. Ballots versus votes. The system of ballot distribution and collection is far more susceptible to control than the traditional, now arcane system of votes physically cast at precincts. A vote can be cast by a person who is no longer a vote by way of a ballot let me pick that up again. A vote by way of going to vote cannot be cast by a person who is no longer alive. I mean, you could wheel Bernie in, but his recitation of War and Peace is not going to go so well. Hard for a dead person to cast a vote in person. They can't be, no longer lives in the area. So it's hard to cast a vote in an area when you now live someplace else. It's definitely harder, right? However, a ballot can be printed, distributed, completed, and returned regardless of the status of the initially attributed and or registered individual. I'll read that again. A ballot can be printed, distributed, completed, and returned regardless of the status of the initially attributed and or registered individual. So maybe a little bit of room there for corruption. Maybe. I know the Democrats wouldn't take advantage of that opportunity to absolutely crush by way of ballots their Republican opposition. I know they would never. I know the fact that they absolutely crushed by way of ballots is no sign that there was funny business going on. It's just a sign that people love that their money is worthless. They love the price of that food that they eat going through the roof, even though they've developed this little habit of eating. They think, I'll just overcome that habit. I'll just beat that habit and I won't have to deal with it anymore. They love pulling up at the tank and they're like, oh, that'll be $150 for gas today. Sure. Can I get some more of that? Where can I vote Democrat? Where can I vote? I actually said, do you all remember? I went to the gas station a couple of months back. I think I shared with you all. I pulled up, I put the nozzle in and I'm pumping the gas and I'm watching the numbers tick up like I'm watching the death toll in anti-white Soviet Russia. And it's just like the numbers. And I'm like, oh my God. So I shouted really loud and it was full. The gas station was full, Northern Virginia. I shouted, anybody else want to vote Democrat? Anybody here want to vote Democrat next time? And no one said, sure, no one. But it must be just an anomaly. I had some people, men and women, look at me and they gave like a smile and a nod and a wink. There was a black guy that didn't look very happy about me shouting that, but he like just studiously kept his head at the ground. He's like, I'm not even going to look up. And I'm going to vote for it again because you're going to be paying for my gas anyhow, white guy. Which is probably not what he was thinking. That's just the thoughts I put in his head for the purpose of making a joke. But some reason all across the country, people were thinking, want more of that. And the Democrats were thinking, I want more of war. More war. I want more war with Russia, the second most powerful nuclear country in the world. That's what I want war with. Want more war. So that's what happened. That's why the Democrats dominated, because people clearly want that. Votes and ballots are two distinctly different things. Votes require people. Votes require people, difficult to manage and costly for electioneering. Ballots require systems, easier to manage and more cost effective. While ballots and votes originate in two totally different processes, the end result of both ballots and votes weighing on the presented election outcome is identical. So that was kind of a weird way to say that they amount to the same thing at the end of the day. Both of them are a vote for a candidate. The controversy. So in other words, you're hearing about like this record number of spending that Republicans are doing in these elections. They are spending because they're trying to get votes from people. They are getting out there, and I don't know if it's going to say it, and we're going to move on here in a minute, but the same thing holds true when it comes to having debates and getting out into the public eye. You know, like riding in the back of the pickup truck, and you got the flags on there, and you got the signs, vote for doofus, and which is every Republican candidate. And You have to get out there. You got to see people. You're like, let me shake your hand. Let me kiss your baby. Let me give you a hug, all over the place, right? Ballots are totally different. You don't have to go out for that. And that's why Democrats aren't going out. Not only do they have dumb candidates who can't string a sentence together, but why bother? You don't need to do that when you're just voting by way of ballots. The controversial 2020 election showed the results of making ballots the strategy for electoral success. Under the justification of COVID-19 mitigation, mail-in ballots took center stage. Ballot harvesting was one term for collection process, but don't get hung up on that particular verbiage. Now that ballot collection has been shown to be a much more effective way to maintain political power, Democrats in general are less focused on winning votes and more focused on gathering ballots. It's a completely different, and it definitely shows you that you have very devious, diabolical, those words really, devious, diabolical. So intelligent, extremely intelligent, like a demon can be really intelligent, and also utterly immoral, utterly amoral simultaneously. Seemingly impossible, but simultaneously in their motivation and in the expediency. Everything is an expedient for them. If it will work to achieve an anti-white outcome today, then we'll do this. If tomorrow is the exact opposite, we'll do that. Guess what, folks? That's how we have to be. But instead of being a demon, we have to be on the angelic side of it. We have to have the moral imperative. And we also have to be willing to do 180s like there's no tomorrow to recapture our destiny. That sort of nimbleness of mind is one of the reasons why Democrats are so easily outmaneuver Republicans. Republicans, because of their constituencies, not the people in office. The people in office are craven, lewd, degenerate, god-awful scum. Republicans in office. I mean, even the ones you like. I heard the rumors. I've been on the Hill and I heard the rumors and I hear the rumors. So, scum. But because of the people that they need to vote for them, they need to mirror that to the best of their ability. That means that they have to allow themselves to be inhibited by morality and our norms and just behavior and things like this, fair play. Whereas Democrats, nothing. The people who vote for them don't give a shit. They just want anti-whiteism. This is one of the reasons why I say it's such a big problem to have what ultimately is in the defense against, the resistance against anti-whiteism, that is effectuated by way of the Republican Party pushing back against Democrats, that the constituency voting for Republicans being governed by females, a matriarchal society, results in a female's approach and desire and response and etc. being exhibited through the politicians. Because if those politicians, those Republicans, don't exhibit that behavior, then they're not going to get voted for by that constituency. And that's it. They're not going to get into office. That's the problem. That's why we have to speak truth. People say you got to speak truth to power. No, you got to speak the truth if you want to, unless you want to redefine what is connoted by the statement truth to power. Unless you want to redefine it by saying the power in your own house, that, the things that we accept as norms in the West now, that women are supposed to get their way, that if they get upset, everybody's got to bend over to make them happy, bend backward to make them happy. Everybody's got to scurry to make them happy, that we continue to need a feminine approach to the destruction of Western civilization. And I will say feminine, which is a beautiful thing in the context where it is beautiful. Outside of that context, it is wretched, it is death. And we have to be able to, I guess, speak truth to that power. Very often you'll hear people use this phrase, truth to power, when they want to talk about some very powerful person or group. And all that they're really doing, they're not changing anything. They're just in their own mind and in their own heart, and to maybe a few people around them, not many though, because if it really crosses too many of, like, say, the virtues, if you will, the virtues of anti-whiteism, then they'll just get ostracized by all of their friends and family. So they just, truth to power for them is saying, oh, I disagree with what this person is doing. I may not tell anybody about it, or very few people about it, but I disagree with it. Truth to power that I'm talking about is actually engaging and changing in an environment that we can actually engage and change. You can't make the most powerful group or the most powerful individual or whatever bend to your will. You can't do anything about that. That's like saying, I'm gonna concentrate on the hurricane that's coming and it'll go that way instead. Just enough. But you can influence the people around you, which is very different. When ballot organization becomes more important than vote winning, you modify electioneering approaches accordingly. It might sound simplistic, but inside the distinct difference between ballots and votes, you will find why refusing debate, is a successful strategy. So ultimately, that's what it comes down to. That's what it boils down to, is that you don't have to campaign, or traditional campaign, the way that we know them to be, the way that we define them to be. You don't have to do that when you are balloting. All you have to do is manage the process of gathering ballots and then getting as many as you can for as many different individuals and bringing them in, and then just counting the pile to the moon. That's all you have to do. Debate? No. Shake somebody's hand? No. You think they'll roll the corpse out for the next presidential run if he decides to run? It couldn't get worse than the first time, where he was essentially in his basement the majority of the campaign. And then when he showed up, it was these pitiful crowds. I mean, I could bring a bigger crowd, for God's sake. Even me, than that guy, than our president corpse in chief. Why drag him out? Just to say things that will embarrass himself and the party? Why drag out that cackling prostitute that is the vice president? Why have her come out and say the dumb things that she says? Just manage the process of collecting ballots, bring them in, count them to the moon. That's all you really have to do when it comes to politics in the United States. And the Republicans have not caught on, and they probably won't be able to, for the reason I gave moments ago. The constituency would vote against you.
Kyle Rittenhouse's anti-white tribunal has concluded, and he was acquitted of all charges. Kyle Rittenhouse first entered the public consciousness during the summer of anti-white terror, during the height of the George Floyd riots. Rittenhouse was in Kenosha protecting the businesses and livelihoods of the community. During the course of the evening, he was attacked by several of the rioters. He fired back in self-defense, killing convicted domestic abuser Anthony Huber, convicted child molester Joseph Rosenbaum, and injuring convicted home invader Gage Grosskreutz. Kyle tried to retreat, but was forced to shoot 3 felons who came to his town to cause mayhem during the riots. Video footage shows them openly attacking Kyle on the street. Gage Grosskreutz even produces a pistol with which to shoot Kyle during the confrontation. After the exchange, Rittenhouse turned himself in to police without further incident. His bail was posted at $2 million and was charged with first-degree reckless homicide, 2 counts of first-degree reckless endangering safety, first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide, possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18, and failure to comply with an emergency order from state and local government. The charge of possession of a weapon by a person under 18 and failure to comply with an emergency order were both dropped during the trial. Radical anti-white elements within our societies have been paying close attention to the trial's progress. There have been efforts to dox and intimidate the jurors, as reported on earlier by Westmen Media. Anti-white mobs have assembled outside of the courthouse to protest the verdict before it had even been reached. Evidence was doctored by the prosecution and presented to the defense, and the defense subsequently sought a mistrial. We here at Westmen Media are pleased to announce that after the trying ordeal suffered by Mr. Rittenhouse, he has been acquitted of all charges and found innocent in a court of law. Celebrate today, my friends, and celebrate well. Then, ready yourself to push on, as we know this will be used by anti-whites as quote-unquote evidence that more anti-white measures are needed and justified.
We are having fun, folks. This is the great ForNull, Angry Coward, dedicated to so many people from that other community. Pay attention to the words. How epic was that? We were epic all over the place. A little bit later in the gathering, if all goes well with the show, with how much we cover, we have a song from Olivia Key coming up and another one from the great Like Comedies. So stick around for that and you'll be able to hear those members of this community who are actual creators. I want to point out to you really quickly, we're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the action happens. And but before we get to that, I want to point out that in this white positive community, we have engendered a genuine creative, creativeness, creative processes in participants. We have caused that. When you look at, for example, when you want your plants to grow, when you want your food plants or your ornamental plants to grow, and you take one product, let's say it's a type of mulch, and somebody was selling it, and maybe it comes from like the human waste plant, and so it's actual human shit, and you then put that on the food that you intend to eat, and I imagine some of these people may have already tried that, and the plants they don't grow big and happy and strong, and then because of the environment that they're in, and then in another environment, you have like that product Miracle Grow soil and mixed with some very rich compost from cattle and etc. And you plant them in that, and your plants grow enormously, and the plants of food are delicious, and the ornamental plants are awesome. They are awesome as they can be. Then you say to yourself, if you have any intelligence, aha, the environment enabled the true potential of the plant to come to being. That is exactly what's happening with the Go Free method. That's exactly what's happening with so many who are in the white sympathetic sphere. And now increasingly we're discovering that there's actually another sphere that's not white sympathetic at all. It's a parasitic group, which is a very interesting thing. It's like a doppelganger parasitic group. And maybe they were there and their lives were miserable. They weren't going anywhere in the world. We have so many testimonials from folks like this. They come over to the Go Free method. They begin centering the white race. They begin focusing on themselves, the meme pathogens that they are infected with. They begin looking at the world with love, hope, and redemption in their eyes, which is what truly emanates from their heart as members of Western kind. And they discover, my God, I can do like twice as much stuff every day. I've given up drugs. I've given up drink. I've gotten raises and promotions at work, started my own business. We have people successful in business. So many different things. So much so many good things happening for people in their lives. So many good things happening for people in their lives that we had the great Natarific, that they were in labor and delivery watching Going Free. And we just celebrated the little boy, Son of the West birthday the other day. And you have two other wonderful families name children after me. That doesn't happen when you're not a great boon to a person and their family. You follow me? That's only happening when there is a great boon, there's great potential, there is great achievements, and you can see potential for more. So that's why we have so many talented, wonderful people coming to us. And make no mistake, we face the headwinds of anti-white censorship. We face the headwind of this other community out there that's a parasite community that has affixed itself to white sympathy and then turns everybody that it can away from a focus on us, implicit or explicit, to a focus on another group of humanity, and turns these people into no more than just these monsters in somebody else's story that orbits them, ruining their lives and doing nothing good for our people, because the purpose, as I demonstrated earlier, has nothing to do with the white race. If I could make, or if we could make every act of anti-whiteism illegal, would you be fine? No, wouldn't be fine with that, because my true objective is, and then they tell you. So let's see what you all are saying. And I see here that we had one of these, I don't know, what can we, it's the hate on the other, another community who's an orbiter of somebody else's community, a villain in somebody else's community, a small low budget villain character in somebody else's story show up here. And I see the great troll slayer ForNull took him out. And then here you can see the misrepresentation. This is what they do. Here you can see, says, I hear this guy is simping for thee, and then names this group that he is a chump inside of. And make no mistake, when you are orbiting that group, you're just their bitch. You're just their chump. You're doing what they want you to do. You are concretizing the anti-white narrative in the real world. And so they love it. They love it. I likened it to what was I said? Like they're like a pimp that pulls up in like a purple Cadillac, lowered, throwing rooster tails of sparks off the pavement, and they pull up, they get out, and they got like a big pink fur coat on, runs from turned up collar to the sidewalk, and then they bitch slap these people into focusing more on them and hating more on them. That's what it's all about. You got to just make it all about us. So isn't that interesting? You have this, and you know what? If anti-whites in general wanted to undermine a genuine resistance of white people to put an end to the victimization of white people, that's exactly what they would do. I mean, just think about this for a second, and we can consider this part of the Go Free lesson of the day, and I'm going to get your thoughts as well. If in a fictional scenario, Group A, we'll just break it down to a dichotomy, Group A was victimizing Group B, and Group B was much, much, much larger, but disorganized, and they didn't even, as is our case, see themselves as a people. They just see themselves as a race of individuals. And so Group A doesn't want Group B to coalesce. They don't want Group B to come together in a collective defense of themselves. What would be a brilliant strategy to prevent them from doing that? Well, you would turn that resistance into one of the most genetically objectionable entities, most genetically objectionable entity for Group B. And there's nothing more objectionable, in our case, than condemning an entire group of people for the way they were born. There's nothing more objectionable than immorality. There's nothing more objectionable than double standards and hypocrisy. There's nothing more objectionable than harming a group that when you when you bring their name up, all they can see in their heads is horror that's been inflicted on them from the beginning, from the dawn of time to the present. And so I think that would be, if you really wanted to look for something real, that if there was going to be Fed involvement or there was going to be international involvement in undermining a resistance, a white resistance to the victimization that we are experiencing from anti-whites, it would be to associate the desire to put an end to that victimization with mass murder. To associate the desire to put an end to that victimization with the most lowbrow, violent, churlish, boorish, ugly, thuggish individuals in that race. That's exactly what, if you were to game theory this out, that is exactly what you would want to do. Because the net result is the good people of Group B who show up as the victimization gets worse and worse, they show up and they're like, what's going on? The normal avenues to redress the victimization that I and my family are experiencing are totally faulty. And so I want to see, where else can I go for truth? Where else can I go for an ability to resist what's being done to us, maybe to push back what's being done to us? And they show up, and there's like, if there's us, if there's Go Free out there, there's some like nice person there. It's like, here, you can do it here. And then the next moment, some thug crack addict shoves that person out of the way and says, no, if you object to that victimization, you need to hate over here all day, dawn till dusk and all through the night. And here you got to call yourself by the name they give their cattle, the derogatory name that they give to all cattle. It's so bizarre. I was saying this, who did I say this to? That you either have to, in the white sympathetic sphere generally, if you're going to object to what's being done to the white race, you've got one of two choices. Either you have to center this other group of people as the most put upon, the most wrongly treated, the most gallant, the most beautiful people, the apple of God's eye. You have to do that and be worshipful of them. And in which case you're orbiting their story. And very often in that sphere, if you will, or that circle, if you will, these people will call themselves Gentiles in this other group's story. Then you come over here. This is your other option. You can either do that, or you can want to murder all of them and forget the claims about, oh, I don't want them to be harmed in any way. I just want to be able to tell everybody how evil they are and how they work together to destroy everything that's good and wholesome and noble in the world. But I don't want anything bad to happen to them. So then there's this other group that, again, this other circle or school of thought, maybe you got this school of thought that says you got to worship them, they're the apple of God's eye. And then you have this other circle or sphere, school of thought that says you have to orbit them as the villain in their story. So it's kind of, you break it down further, you either have to be like sycophantic to them on one side and worshipful, and on the other side, you have to be the villain. So you can be in both cases, it's their story. Are you the good little helper over here in this school of thought? Or are you the villain in that school of thought? Both of these things centering that same group of people and just orbiting their story. And then over here, they call themselves Gentiles, and over here, they call themselves Goyim. I say all of that. I don't want their story. I'm not in their story. They could be in my story. If they're going to be anti-white, well, then I'm calling them anti-white. And we'll put an end to the thought and acts of anti-whites, because we're not going to allow white people to be victimized anymore. So they can orbit me and my people, but I am no way orbiting them. I mean, I was in junior high school when I figured out that I didn't want to orbit some other group of people. And so it definitely strikes me that this, if there were going to be any sort of strategy to undermine a unification of good, beautiful, noble people with love in their hearts, who have the ability, the talent, the intelligence, etc., the wealth to actually put an end to our victimization, to make sure you drive those people off every time. Make sure you drive them off every time. So I'm absolutely convinced, I have been for many years, that there are a lot of anti-white cryptos in this whatever. Maybe we should just call it the Goyim community. I don't know. What do you all think? What should we call the Goyim community? Because what's happening with referring to it, even though name them is like the quintessential thing that everybody knows them by, because it is, that's all they want to talk about all day long. It's the one answer. It's also very accommodating to people with low IQ, because when you have one answer for everything, I mean, anybody can do that, right? So they love it. So, but the problem is that with the pointing out the verbiage that they use, this name them, other people who, for whatever reason, I mean, it's not my cup of tea, want to study this group of people, and they want to examine how they work with each other. Like, for example, I am very good friends, and everybody knows this, with Dr. Kevin McDonald. I have been very good friends with Dr. Kevin McDonald because he's a nice guy. He's a thinker. He's sensitive. He is gentle. And he's been really wrongly put upon for sharing the investigations and thought that he has shared at a very sophisticated, erudite level. And I've been very good friends with him for a very long time. So people who come out and they say that my objection to being in the Goyim community, then my objection to that is somehow a prohibition on noticing or examining or talking about a group evolutionary strategy or something like that. Is somehow prohibition on that, are just lying. They're just flat out lying. And they're lying because I swear this is like a Fed operation. It's like a Fed / retard operation. They want to every time, and I've told you all this for a long time. I'm just spending more time on this, but I've told you all this for a long time. Everything that they think is gaining steam, whether it would actually work for us or not, and taking our destiny back, every time some group of people start having success, and everybody can speak to this, but they won't, because they're terrified of these people, because they allow themselves to be held hostage. But every time something gets chugging along, these Goyim communities show up and they destroy it every time, every single time. So is that not a Fed operation? I mean, if it's not a Fed operation, it sure as hell looks like one. It's sure as hell effectuating the same outcomes. And so what are they doing with me? They show up and doesn't matter that I'm not friends with Kevin McDonald because we've talked once or twice. All right. I have danced with the man in group dancing. So, and I don't mean he was like even on the other side. I mean, he's with me. So this idea that, he wants a prohibition, doesn't want anybody looking at them. He doesn't want anybody noticing when they're anti-white. He doesn't want anybody saying anything ill about them. He doesn't want anybody. No, you know what? Dr. Kevin McDonald's research is infinitely superior to all of you Goyim community imbeciles. Infinitely superior. He is an intelligent man that has studied this. He's taking evolution to the next step of group evolutionary success or survival strategy. I prefer success strategy, because these groups are not just surviving, they're succeeding in a big way. And it's not just them, it's other groups as well. Definitely not the white race. That sort of conversation and study and etc. And like with Adam Green and his research of these different religious sects inside this community, those things have their place. Those things have a place where it's being done, and as I say, it's not my cup of tea. I don't want to tread into those waters. I don't want to just look at another people constantly and research their history. I'd rather make a people out of this white race so we can have different things that we spend our time on. But those two things, Kevin McDonald's research, which is infinitely more sophisticated and erudite than any of this Goyim community, Adam Green's research into like the religious aspects, those two things are fundamentally different things from the Goyim community. When you take like the new people that I'm hearing from, when they show up, and it's not just hearing from now, it's just always. I'm trying to talk people out of this. They show up, they think they're among people who care about the white race. And many of those people that they think are white and care about the white race are non-white or half non-white, and they don't care about the white race. They just hate this other group of people, and they want to see them harmed. Why? Because these people, these individuals, and I'm talking about the ones who are not working as feds or for operations to undermine what we're doing, to undermine what anybody could do to bring white people together in love and to put an end to this. But we're talking about these individuals who are honest. They have ruined lives. Now, their lives are ruined primarily from anti-whiteism, but also ruined potentially by like their own genetic composition. These are not the genetically not the best, right? When you see them, they're genetically not they may have these beautiful avatars. They have this avatar of like this great, beautiful white man, really beautiful. I mean, the kind, you put into a statue, really beautiful white man. They have that. But then when you see them, you're like, oh, wait a second, that's kind of like a, like a troglodyte or something. That's kind of like an anchorite. That doesn't look like that. And then they have these titles on their accounts, like it's like pure, and then the name that starts with an A, the ears at the door for the race of people like pure blood, A, Ran, and leader king. And then when you actually meet them, it's like this guy who's got like a big thing of dip in his mouth, and he's got like all these whiskers running down. He's got like no neck, and it just like comes down to this like giant flopping like wattle chin, and he's got all like disheveled hair, and just various things just ruined, and he doesn't care at all. That's what's actually behind these accounts. So their lives are ruined because of anti-whiteism, and maybe to a degree genetically ruined. And then what they want to do is they want to take all of their anger, all of their sadness, all of their misery, and they want to direct it in just pure and unadulterated rage at the most powerful group. So make no mistake about it, that if the most powerful group were Hindus, and they're becoming more and more powerful, and I'm not saying anything negative about Hindus, but they're becoming more and more powerful in the West. If that were the most powerful group, these people would be directing that sort of rage at them. And they would say, who is the villain in the Hindu narrative? Well, I guess that's the Muslim. So maybe they'd start calling themselves Muslims. I don't know. But that's what they would end up doing. Largely, though, and by the way, these people, even though they're victims of anti-whiteism, once you become an adult, you have agency. And you have to deal with what the hand that you've been dealt. And it's wretched. I get it. We all have to deal with the hand that we're dealt. And that makes you responsible for your behavior and your thoughts. So I hope we covered that. I'll see if you all have any questions. But, I mean, I'm laid back about it at this point. I said what I had to say. Then I had to deal with, especially over on Gab. Gab is really and Torba, I don't know what Torba can do about this, but I like the idea of there being places on the internet where you can have like high society and low society, because that's like the real world. if I want to have sophisticated conversation about the well-being of Western kind and the recapture of our destiny, I know that I would have to go to maybe a nice bar, nice pub, depending on, what part of the world you're in, restaurant. Doesn't have to be super expensive, but nice and clean and upkeep. And people are going to be, shaven, or beards are trimmed and hair is combed, and you actually pressed your shirt. You just look like you made an effort for the public forum, and then go in there and have mature conversation, honorable, moral conversation about our well-being and how we put an end to our victimization. If I wanted to have conversation with people who are really miserable, violent, thuggish, short-tempered, churlish, cretins, then I would know that I would have to go to like the dive bar. I would have to go to like the dirty, filthy, like it's got a neon sign out front that used to be kind of cool because it was a girl with like, legs going up like this or something as she leans back. And now it's like one part of it has gone out. It now looks like she's hiring a painter or something, and it's left that way. I knew I would have to go to a place like that. On the internet, it's not as obvious, but it should be. I think there should be places where you can have it, and maybe this is what Torba should do before it's too late for him and Gab, is he should set up like a 2-tier system. I don't mind having a system where and maybe Musk will end up doing this with Twitter. I don't mind having a system where you have platforms that are the bad part of town and platforms that are the good part of town. And by good part of town, again, I'll just make clear, I'm not talking about speech being controlled or thought being controlled there, but the type of thought and the way that it's shared and what's permissible is in the good part of town one way and in the bad part of town another way. So maybe Torba or maybe Musk should think about having like a good part of town and bad part of town, because all of Gab is becoming a bad part of town. You cannot, for example, when it comes to this Goyim community, and we'll see what you all names are coming up with, maybe. You push back on that at all, and the most vile, lowbrow, miscreant garbage is just vomited forth. And they love doing it too, make no mistake. They love it. No mistake. That Aaron Superman, the Aaron Superman, and he's looking all heroic. Maybe he's got a javelin, and you could see like all the muscle striations, and you can see the ab muscles are just in the guy's like this. He's with the javelin. And then the real guy is like 5.5 feet tall and he's 5.5 foot wide, and he couldn't raise his arm if he wanted to, because he was just born with scoliosis or something, which is you're not bad if you have scoliosis, but you get the point I'm making. And they're going to show up and they hear your argument. They hear your arguments. And I don't always make I get impassioned. I don't always make the best or say the best things in my arguments, I guess, in the sense that liars, it makes it easy for them to grab certain things and say, oh, this obviously means so much. They show up in storms, and there is no normal conversation that takes place. And when normal people show up on, say, Torba's platform, they see that and they get terrified. I noticed, and I just want to say, I was going to actually make a statement to all of you to don't bother getting involved against these Goyim. Don't bother getting involved because the Goyim community, because self-identified Goyim community, because they'll just come after you and do the same thing. So just let them pour the hatred on me, like Jesus Christ. Let them crucify me, so that everyone can see this is what happens when you say you're going to center the white race and focus on us and all threats to us. And all threats are going to be packaged up as threats. All victimizers packaged up as victimizers. Let them crucify me like Jesus Christ, and you all just watch. I noticed, though, I didn't have to say that, did I? Because so many of you just went quiet when the attacks came. And I understand. Because why get involved in that? You know you're dealing with people that are not able to put two thoughts together. You know that you're dealing with people that are not going to represent what you say honestly and then speak an argument to it. Not one out of the 100 plus statements, etc., that were leveled at me, not one addressed any of my arguments. Not one. Not even one of my arguments. Every single one was a gross straw man misrepresentation. And they come after you in various ways. I mean, who wants to have it? Who wants to have, especially ladies, just stay away from the self-identified Goyim community. Don't bother. But I do know that, and we will celebrate one lady at least that, more probably spoke out against it. But ladies, just don't bother. Because I have seen what's happened in the past with other ladies. And it's very easy to scare women when these self-identified Goyim communities start saying to people that they're going to come to their homes and terrorize their children and kill their pets. And all of that has happened. Why would you do that to people who just don't want to call themselves Goyim and hate another race of mankind? Why would you do that? They care about white people. They're demonstrating their concern for us. And then you're going to say, so one of the things one I'm thinking of in particular, they found out where this woman and her husband lived. They went on Google Earth and they were able to see the house and then correctly guess that the paint hadn't changed and the shutter color hadn't changed. And so they were messaging this woman. She left the white sympathetic sphere. They were messaging this woman that they were sitting outside of her house. And here's the color of her house, and here are the color of the shutters. And I convinced her that they could easily get that off of Google Earth. They have nobody's sitting outside your house. If you don't see any car out there, nobody's sitting outside your house. But that sort of terror and threat to her children's lives and the pets' lives, she had wanted her and her husband. They were like, forget this. We don't want no more of this. They're gone. They were normal people. They were good people. So this absolutely reeks of a Fed operation, whether it's actually funded by one or more governments or other anti-white groups, or it's causing the same outcome. But there really should be a system. There really should be a system where maybe you have like a 2-tier. You have like the public square for adults and where people are going to treat each other decently. I mean, you can even be acerbic, right, without threatening to kill somebody's pets, right? If you can argue with someone and you can take, this is how the West grew, you take their actual arguments in the best way that you can and then refute them rather than claim that something is happening or some argument being made that was never made and something happened that never happened, and then address that. So you maybe have like the squalid section and then the normal section. That's the only way I can see. So if it ends up happening, what will happen is if Torba doesn't do something about this, maybe create like a 2-tier system, Gab will become the ghetto, which it's rapidly becoming. It will become the ghetto where threats against your life, your family, your pets will be made if you don't want to be a part of the Goyim community. And then Twitter will become the place where normal people go, ordinary people go, and Gab will die. So Torba's got to address this. And now you all have heard the argument I made there and the way I made it with nuance. You will see some of these types of people, and they'll be saying, Jason said that everybody who doesn't want to tell the world about you, they'll break it down even further. They'll say, Jason wants Torba to censor everybody on Gab that says anything negative about Jewish people. That's what they'll end up saying. That's what you're dealing with. That's why we need like a 2-tier system. Low lifes over there, ordinary folks over here. You can become an ordinary folk and behave better and come up over here. But it'd be easy to do it because you would have software that would read the kind of statements that were being said. And you would have a system where people could report an individual who's behaving like they should be in the ghetto. And then if there were enough of those reports, the person would be kicked to the ghetto. And then maybe after time, they'd be allowed to come back. But we'll see. What are you all saying? There's the great Mrs. Jess Horst. White Calling is here. First Last is with us. Great to see you, brother. All right, what do we have here? JK160 says Torba won't do anything about Gab. No, I mean, Franklin, ForNull, what did you call it? What it's become? I think ForNull said, very insightful, that it's essentially become 4chan with Christians. So you have one of this Goyim community here that just got censored by the great Carlisle, doing exactly what they do. This is what they do. All right. Hyperborean Dream is here. Great to see you. The great Jerome V is with us, ladies and gentlemen. You know, that guy's got a huge heart. He actually, in one of his videos, invoked, was it white well-being or, and the moment he said it, the clouds like broke and the sun came down onto him. And I think it was the time where the body of water was behind him and the sun grew across the water. It was really beautiful. Okay, so you have another one of these self-identified Goyim who just called me a Jewish person, because can't you just tell? I have the most white physiognomy possible. I always thought back in the day how wrong I was, because you're dealing with people that have no class, no character whatsoever, that at least when it comes to me, they won't be able to claim that. The great Brant Danger says, I asked a few of your Gab attackers to meet with me online to discuss what their issues were, but I did not hear back from them. Well done, brother. And that's and thank you for sharing that here, because it's a great demonstration of the unthinking animal nature of these people. And I had a statement that I posted on Twitter, and perhaps I'll read that. Maybe it's appropriate. Maybe I should bring that up because maybe it's appropriate, and then we'll get on with this. And there we have. I can see. I got a message. It's a great one because it's from the great No White Guilt Clips. All right, let's see. Here's my statement. Now, what happened is the great, I don't know if you all noticed, but we have so many great artists. And is it Dino is fantastic. And he's got a Telegram where he shares some of his creations. And I don't know if people want to share that or not, or if it's a sort of a private thing, but making memes and videos, very, very cool, very talented guy, big. Actually, let's get some swashbuckling emojis up there for Dino, because these memes, I mean, that is a very epic way to swashbuckle and to ride on in with something powerful like that. It's like a swashbuckling kit, and you could just put it on and you go out, and everywhere you drop it, you're like the most magnificent swashbuckler ever to live. So big kudos in 07s to Dino, swashbuckling 07s, flags, cross swords, skull and crossbones, all those emojis. We don't get to use those very often, do we? So we'll mix that up, and that's fun. So he made this epic. Where is it? He made this epic meme where it's me, and he's done a fabulous job drawing me, rendering me. I do have. I'll pull it up. Maybe I'll get it during a break and put it up. But it says on it, "Don't hate non-whites. Focus on white well-being." And I'm wearing this T-shirt. My muscles are like rippling out, and epic. Love it. And it has a Eindelen in the middle and says, "Go free." Well done, Dino. Well done. And then there's this other character, this sort of a troglodytic from the self-identified Goyim community. And it says, OMFG, exclamation point. Haven't you named them in over 0.0127 nanoseconds? And then I laughed hard when I saw this cartoon, this meme. And then the guy's, maybe he has a cigar in his mouth. And what does it say there on the right arm? Name them on the right arm. And then the shirt, I think he's got a shirt on that says proud bad guy. And then something on the left bicep. I mean, not bicep, but forearm. And then I'm evil is a patch on the left shoulder. And then on the back, on his back, says kill everyone. And then a flag that pokes up out of it that says, I love to hate. So it's this great meme. I mean, it's totally true. And that's why it pisses people off. It's a great example of it being totally true. And that's why it pisses people off. And there was one of these self-identified Goyim who decided that after I posted it, he was going to try to rally more. This is what they do. More of these poor souls to come and slander me, as attack me more and misrepresent me more, to turn people off from going free and the benefits. Really, what do you think of somebody trying to turn off people, white people, from a method that has publicly saved 9 people from suicide? It's more than 9, but as people publicly have said, has done all the good for white people. I mean, is there concern for white people if they want to run people off from this? Is that their concern? I mean, seriously, no, of course not. Of course not. That would be like trying to run people off from a diet regimen that works. Everybody using it works to vary. How much you're putting in, you get out. You put in more, you get more out of it. It's working for everyone. Imagine if there was a diet regimen like that. And then people showed up and said, whatever you do, don't follow what's in that diet regimen, because it's meant to actually kill you. It's meant to make you brain dead. It's meant to make you put you into a vegetative state. And instead, come over here and eat gobs and gobs of the most poisonous chemicals produced by mankind. That's the only thing that will work for your health. What would you think of those people? When there's massive evidence that, if you're if you're eating food coloring additive number 9 with a massive dose of strychnine, that it kills you, that it's not good for you. Evidence over decades and decades and decades of it. But come over here. Don't do the diet regimen that is making people healthy and proud and happy. Their skin is radiant. Their hair is radiant. Their eyes are radiant. They've grown teeth back that were missing, whatever. Don't do that. Come over here and do the thing that has ruined lives for as far back as we can remember. What would you think of them? Is the health and welfare of the people that they are trying to take away from that regimen, is that what's really at their heart? Or is it something sinister? I submit it's something sinister. So one of these guys did this, said, I'm going to take this cartoon, this meme, and I'm going to go share it everywhere to try to rally as many of these others like myself to intensify the attack, to continue the attack. And here's what I wrote in response to that. Let's see if I can. And then we're going to wrap up. We're going to get what you all are saying. We'll go through the rest of the Go Free lesson of the day. And I want to hear what you're saying. I'm going to check out the financial gifts. If you've got questions, you've got comments, if you're respectful, then you're going to be allowed to stay, and I will speak to your questions or comments. If you disagree, I will speak to them if you agree as well. But you're not going to be allowed to show up and slander me. You're not going to be allowed to show up and also play word games like there was a character doing, showing up and just playing these word games and being totally dishonest. And then when I showed him a response where I was like, actually, this is what you said initially. Then he was like, oh shit. Let me backtrack. Well, when's Jason going to be honest and want to have a friendly debate with me? That is how dishonest these people are. You catch them lying. You catch them being dishonest in their argumentation. You catch them moving the goalpost and you lay it out for them. And then they retort with, well, I'm ready when you're ready to stop slandering me and to have a fair conversation about this yourself. It's lying. What? Society really has to protect itself from elements like that. I wrote this back. A small number of people on Gab are abjectly dysfunctional. They're very low IQ and or have a permanently stunted level of maturity and therefore are unable to self-reflect, assess arguments' positions, formulate counter-arguments, or engage in disagreement without immediately fulminating with the rankest hypocritical, infantile, lying, tantrum-throwing depravity. Is it easier for me to read like this? Maybe it is. Such people are perfect examples of the low-life scum who strawman, calumniate, and traduce a man and his work for white well-being because they saw themselves in his criticism of psychotically fixating on every single member of another group of mankind with pure and unadulterated malice in their hearts. These smug, and that's what I criticized. So if you're one of the people who says, you like to read Dr. Kevin McDonald, the guy who is a very good friend of mine, then you should not be seeing yourself in that criticism unless it's true for you, that you have malice in your heart. These smug, sanctimonious, thuggish, and self-appointed litmus testers hold the love for Western kind hostage by browbeating, ridiculing, denigrating, and physically threatening the lives of everyone who will not evince their love for Western kind by ceaselessly discussing and expressing hatred of another group of people. Such manlet scum do not speak to argumentation because they are too low IQ to be able. They shut down the corrective feedback loop with the untenable don't punch right. They endeavor to destroy a powerful work for Western kind because they have so little personal value and bring such little value to the world around them that they cannot recognize value elsewhere. And finally, for now, such cowardly scum don't actually care the least bit about white well-being. They are genetic and social misfits who have adopted one of the villain roles in the anti-white narrative, which they think conceals and rectifies how awful, mean, worthless, and desperate their shitty, miserable lives really are. They can't make and keep real friends because they are not worthy of friendship. They frenetically lash out to lacerate and scar as antisocial misanthropes. They feel no shame because shame requires morality and a good character. They look upon the success of others with limitless and ferocious jealousy. They can't create and achieve, so they interact by destroying everything that is the least bit better. Indeed, they would destroy the most precious artifact without qualm, because in their hearts, minds, and souls, they are little more than an animal mucking about in its waste and banging its thick head against the sides of its stall. Everyone in their lives has left or will leave them because of all this and more, and they know it. And then I finish with this. If the shoe fits, wear it. Let us proceed to the Going Free lesson of the day. Anti-whites are not, well, let me take a look at what you are saying here. Anti-whites are not hypocrites. How many out there have thought before Going Free that anti-whites are supreme hypocrites, only to find out that they're not hypocrites at all? Sharing your growth is an expression of strength, which enables you to grow more rapidly. So if you in your past thought, wow, they're just totally hypocritical, one thing here, another thing there, you start Going Free, you find out, oh my God, none of it's hypocritical. You realize how undermining the conservative, whether it's or patriotic argument for implicit and explicit individuals, how undermining that argument really is for you. You can't move ahead to great. Like if you were in mathematics and you were told that 2 + 2 is 5, you would not be able to move forward with greater sums. What's 2 + 7? Well, is it 2 more or is it 3 more? Which 2 is the problem? The first one or the second one? Is the first one 2 individual ones, or is it 3 individual ones? Do you see how you can be undermined by a thought or a strategy that earlier in your attempts to wade through everything else, that you cannot wade through everything else because of that weakness, because of that particular thought, item, strategy, or whatever it was that was incorrect? So let me see what you champions are saying. Are my swashbucklers in the house? Disgruntled Conservative says JF actually talked about the same phenomenon, that free speech platforms mean that the genuine worst all come together and scare others away. It is the name of it is skipping me right now. Perhaps one of you will know the name for this. It is the phenomenon when bad money chases good money. So if you have more than one currency in a population, and we can say actually the same thing about languages as well, but particularly here, it's ideas that are being shared. So if you have more than one currency, the bad money will get used, the good money will be hoarded, and there's a name for that. The same thing happens with ideas. The bad ideas aggressively chase away all of the good people and therefore the good ideas. This is why I've been saying for years that we cannot allow these self-identified goyams, or what is the plural? I don't even know. I'm sure they know. But we can't allow them to hold us hostage anymore. And I have said this again and again and again, and no one comes to stand beside me. Like, and when I say no one, I don't mean like you champs are standing beside me, but other known entities in the white sympathetic sphere, content creators, thought leaders, etc. Nobody comes and stands beside me and says, absolutely, we have to put an end to allowing these people to hold us hostage. If that were to happen, if we could have like a united front, if a bunch of good people came together and said, and I know, actually, you know who would, if he knew about it, who would absolutely stand beside me is Dr. Kevin McDonald. I've had the conversation with him. That's how I know for certain that he would stand beside me and say, absolutely not. We cannot allow these people to continue, these orbiters of another race of people, to continue to constrain what we're able to do and say. So if Kevin McDonald would stand with me on that, then what is left in that sphere? The self-identified Goyim sphere, what's left? Kevin McDonald would say it, what's left? Kevin McDonald's doing the research, what's left? Kevin McDonald doesn't hate them. Kevin McDonald doesn't want to see them harmed. Okay, so there are things that Kevin McDonald doesn't bring, Dr. Kevin McDonald does not bring to the table of that conversation. And it's things like living his life as an orbiter in their story. Could you imagine? Kevin McDonald did all this research, but he doesn't live as an orbiter in their tale. He doesn't just sit around all day and say the grossest things about another group of humanity. He's never expressed a single time the least bit of interest in them being deprived or harmed in any way. In private conversations where he could have, if that was his heart. So if he would stand with me, and I 100% know that he would, then what is left? So yeah, if anybody can remember what that's called, that phenomenon of the bad money chasing good money out of the economy, same thing holds true for content. All right, what are you all saying? I'm going to look at what you all are saying. The great Jerome V says, for a high society conversation, I'd love to see you engage with Chris Langan on the Substack, or on a stream. Keith Woods interviewed him. It would be much better if you did. I would speak with that guy, Chris. I mean, I guess he took several IQ tests, and he has the highest recorded IQ ever. And I would be happy to have a conversation with him. We reached out to him, Jerome. I don't know if you know, Jared George and I, and several times, and he wasn't interested. I didn't write back. He didn't respond. So either he didn't, I guess I should not say that he wasn't interested. I should say that maybe he didn't see any of the attempts. Starlet's here. Great to see you. Thank you for letting me know, ForNull. But I would. I mean, if you or someone else knows, he has this. I think he has tried to create a gut. And for those who don't know what that is, that's a unifying theory, a grand unifying theory. But what I read of what he had many years ago was not anything that I was over the moon about. He is, for all intents and purposes, I mean, he really seems kind of detached from the world, at least back then. Maybe it's different now. And it's possible that I misread him back then because I would have done a thorough examination, at least what could be done before a TAP episode, but we never heard back from him. And I think Keith has a larger audience, and he is not seen as caring about the white race. And so that would make it easier for Chris to show up on his show. Whereas I don't know, for a no white guilt, it's obvious that we care about white people, and that's going to make him nervous. All right, let me just take a quick tag me as no white guilt if you want me to see what you are saying. All right, we have another misrepresentation and misunderstanding, and that's part of the problem for the self-identified goyim, is they have a really hard time being able to understand the complex ideas and how those ideas end up working for your benefit. And probably because of democracy, they think that their ideas matter, that their ideas are just as valuable without any argumentation to support it. So there's a question here, and this is a perfect example of what I just said. Why is calling attention to the actions of your fundamental enemy, why is that a bad thing? We are calling attention to the action of our victimizers. Those are anti-whites of all immutable characteristics. My question to you is, why do you need to focus on one particular group? Why do you need to be an orbiter in their story? If I have a problem with bugs in my house, and I'm definitely not associating with this analogy bugs with human beings. I'm talking about with the analogy dealing with problems and how you address multi-headed problems. Do I focus on one particular type of bug, even if you want to say it's it does the most damage in the house? Do I focus on that bug, study that bug, talk about the bug endlessly, tell people everything I know about the bug, express my deep hatred for the bug, and then what? What ends up happening as a consequence of that? Because in this example, all of the talk about the bug equates to all of this naming business, which as proved by Ye, goes nowhere. Absolutely, it's been going on, and we can say contemporaneously since before World War I. Has it worked yet? Time to give it up. So if I talk endlessly about this bug, nothing happens. If instead I say that bugs are a problem in the house, and these are individual problems, again, representing problems, the bugs, not people. If I say bugs are the problem and I call somebody to come out and treat my house to prevent the bugs from coming in my house, then I've taken care of the problem. So who was in the center of that story? That is a very important point in human psychology. Who is centered? If you watch a documentary, and the documentary is about the birth of lions, and you see the lion cubs get born, and you see them playing around, and you see them climbing on the lioness and the lion, and they tolerate it. And then you see them coming of age, and they are out hunting with their parents, and they're very hungry. Maybe they haven't eaten in a while, and you see them run after some gazelle, or no, we'll make it better, because they normally hunt like lions do, water buffalo. So we'll say it's one of these buffaloes, and they jump on the buffalo, and the buffalo's fighting fiercely as they can. And they're pulling, and they're fighting, and they're pulling. And the entire time, you are cheering the lion on. When the lion pulls down the buffalo, they finally get to eat. You are satisfied. You're happy that the lions were successful, and now these young lions coming into their own finally get to eat. If at the beginning of that documentary, instead of following the lions from birth, they followed that brand new calf, water buffalo. He and the other water buffaloes are slowly growing. They're getting bigger. They're getting heavier. And he's becoming a great bull of the young but great bull in the water buffalo ecosystem. And then suddenly lions attack, and they're pulling at him, and they're biting at his neck, and they're trying to pull him down to eat him right at the bloom of his life. You would be cheering for the water buffalo to stamp those lions into the ground. You would be cheering for the water buffaloes, the water buffaloes, other litter mates, if you will, to come racing to his aid. And then when they do, and the water buffalo, they come in and they ram the lions, and they hook them on their horns and throw them through the air like they're rag dolls. You would be out of your seat cheering for that. So, psychologically speaking, the thing that is centered is of paramount importance. And if you are unable to follow exactly how I articulate this in the very simplest terms and simplest ways that I can, if you're genuinely an honest person and you're unable to kind of follow that, your only choice is to say, what seems to be working? That Go Free thing is working everywhere it comes in contact with people. That Name Them thing has taken a $2+ billion net worth individual and made him less than $500 million net worth in 2 weeks. And he continues to spiral down the toilet. And then the one that had said to watch a movie to his followers, he's spinning down the toilet as well. That everybody who employs this strategy is ruined thereby, and that it's not helping it disempower or, obviously, the group that you're centering. If you're unable to follow me, then you have to say, which one's working? I'm going to go with the thing that works. It's like when you watch, we were talking about diets earlier. You don't have to know all the intricacies of how a particular protein or the molecules that compose a particular type of protein interact with your system in a way that's more healthy for you than the proteins, the molecular makeup of proteins in another dietary program. If you don't understand those things and how that happens, it's beyond you. You don't have the time to read it. Maybe you can't hold that many points of data in your mind. You just look at the outcomes and then you decide, I'll go with the better outcome. That's what I submit to you that you should do. If you can't quite make sense of it, you can't quite make heads or tails of it. You're an honest person, but you can't quite make heads or tails. You have ample evidence on both sides. Go with the thing that is obviously working. And here we also have to, and this increases the complexity, but it's easy and brief to say. We have to ask ourselves when we're saying the thing that works, the thing that's working, we have to say, working toward what? What is our objective here? And this is why I said these are obviously fundamentally two different communities. Because here, as a consequence, we can end up talking at what's called cross points. Because here we're saying that our objective is the well-being of white people, white well-being, the recapture of our destiny on all the various levels that we define within ourselves, within our psyche, subconscious mind, our families, our communities, etc. That's our objective. So we can clearly say that the Go Free method works better than, say, a welder's manual. Now, why is a welder's manual not as good at recapturing our destiny? Because the welder's manual doesn't have as an objective the recapture of our destiny. It has as its objective, with those instructions, to make a good welder out of a person. Similarly, the self-identified Goyim community has a different objective. And we need to understand that. We need to articulate that so that we're not talking at cross points. When they say that their strategy of, it's really hate them, not name them, because like I said before, that's how so easily they misrepresented me, is he doesn't want anybody to talk about, so therefore he must be one and he must be a Fed. It's the hate them strategy. The hate them strategy has as its objective a various number of things that are all negative for that particular group of humanity. Now, it hasn't succeeded. It hasn't disempowered them. It hasn't, in fact, it can be easily argued that, in fact, it empowers them and their story and their hold over people's imaginations. But nonetheless, the hate them strategy for the self-identified Goyim community has more potential to inflict negative outcomes for that community than the Go Free method, because the Go Free method doesn't have that as an objective. It has the well-being of white people as the objective. So we're ultimately really talking at cross points, and we need to stop doing that. I need to be the first to stop doing that. yes, the go free method is not going to work better at victimizing another group of mankind. Something else has more of a chance of doing that. That's true. I agree with you. So we are in agreement then. Your hate on them strategy is obviously going to work better at potentially victimizing that group of people than the go free method, because the go free method does not share that as an objective. I hope that cleared things up. A lot of good conversation coming in, though, and a lot of good thoughts coming out of this, I think. I'm going to jump to the bottom. Great to have you all with me. If you do have comments, questions, concerns, tag me. Be polite, and your comments will be allowed to stay. But tag me, please, so I'll see, and then I will be able to speak to those. I do want to get to, and I'm going to do that, your comments, your financial gifts first. But jump in. Jump in. I want to hear what people have to say. This is important, though. Anti-whites are not hypocrites. Seeing anti-white hypocrisy is one of the first steps to going free. But the path to true understanding is only open when you realize there is no hypocrisy. Anti-white behavior only appears hypocritical when you incorrectly accept anti-white pretexts as the honest reasons for their behaviors. You follow that? They only seem hypocritical when you accept their pretexts as honesty, as the real motivations, and they never are, except when they expressly say we want to harm white people, but they almost never say that. For example, white conservatives are fond of using non-white conservatives to espouse conservative positions. White conservatives believe the anti-white pretext that non-whites and their opinions are especially important and deserve to be yielded or deferred to because of MPs such as historical oppression, legacy of slavery, structural racism, and the like. White conservatives shake their heads and condemn the hypocrisy when anti-whites slander non-white conservatives with the same anti-white slurs that are used against white conservatives, such as racist, bigot, and anti-Semite. The reality is that anti-whites are not being hypocritical because the pretext that non-whites and their opinions are important and deserve to be yielded or deferred to only applies when that pretext can be used to inflict harm on Western kind and Western civilization. When a non-white conservative espouses conservative positions, he or she is inhibiting the infliction of harm on Western kind and Western civilization, and is therefore condemned as evil by anti-whites, as well as all the words anti-whites deem synonyms of evil. So I prove my point about that being the case when you see anti-whites call blacks, for example, uncle whatevers, and Nazis, they call them this, and they call them these different things. You hear the white conservative will say, that's so hypocritical. You know, they stomp their little feet because they think I'm playing by their rules and they won't let me win. No shit, they won't let you win. When you see them do that, you're seeing them prove that Jason Kuna of No White Guilt fame is right, that this method is right. And that is how it's right. I just explained the mechanics. I'm going to take a look at what you're saying. We're going to get to the glossary, which is vague, and then the MP. We are all the children of God, so we should just all go ahead, and the technical word is miscegenate. We should all go ahead and biologically white erase ourselves. It's been epic tonight with my swashbucklers. All right. One of these individuals who refer to themselves as Goyim, self-identified Goyim, had a comment deleted where he's saying that Jewish people are not white. Now, did I make the argument at any point? I say the opposite many times everywhere, that Jewish people are a people. White people need to become a people, but they're definitely not synonymous. I've made that point as early as when I noticed it in my life. But this is the kind of thing, like this sort of pushback, if you will. This individual will almost assuredly show up on Gab, the sewer, and will be saying that no white guilt, CUN. He said that Jewish people and white people are the same thing. You watch. You know what else they're doing is they're running, especially there's a particular group of them who is running as much like invective and hatred and pressure on Mark Collett right now that they can possibly muster. Because, I mean, once again, it's definitely looking like it is a Fed operation from start to finish, because they want to break things up. They want to disunify us as best as they possibly can. And so they're putting this great pressure campaign on Mark right now. Most people don't realize it. Great pressure campaign on Mark to have him disassociate from me. And they're bringing to him an infinite number of these lies. So of course he's in a position where he needs, this is his income, this is his living, and he's a great guy. And at the same time, he's got to pay for food and healthcare and room and board for himself, his wife, and his beautiful little baby. So he has to say to himself, okay, I know Jason's a good guy, a great guy, he would say. And I know that he has, when anti-whites are Jewish, he has no problem saying that. I know that. At the same time, all of these people are proliferating this idea that things like Jason said, and then fill in what this fool is saying right there. And Jason said, you can't, Jason wants to hide their crimes and of anti-whites if they're Jewish anti-whites. And they're propagating that. And that in their effort is to prevent people from associating with me. And therefore, if there's an association in the form of Mark Collett, his audience members, and therefore they want to peel by that method his audience members away from him to cause him financial distress, and also the distress of watching an audience shrink, so that he'll disassociate himself, so that he can, even though he knows the truth, so that he can continue to make enough money to provide for himself and his family. So ultimately, these kind of people are trying to take food out of the mouth of Sophia, his little baby, trying to take food out of her mouth, trying to take medicine out of her body to force her father to disassociate with me. That makes them the waste of mankind, of all the races out there included. That makes them on the same level as the waste of everybody to do something like that. So is this a Fed operation? It's functioning like one. Take food and medicine out of the mouth of baby Sophia so that her father will have to disassociate with me. I have been calm and articulating this in a very sophisticated way. I hope that you all appreciate that, and that and I hope that it will make it harder for these self-identified goyim to slander. But don't feel, and I'll reiterate, don't feel that you have to stand up for me when it comes to this vile community, because I don't want you afraid of going free and being in this community because you've gotten into an argument with one of these losers, and then they start targeting you with the, oh, you must be some sort of a shill for these people, and so therefore we're going to threaten you. We're going to find out where you live, and then we're going to threaten your wife or threaten your children or whatever it might be. So that's how they operate. It sounds exactly like the other anti-whites. Very peculiar. So you have these people saying, yeah, they're coming in, and I guess they're just, they're just so brain dead that they think that they're going to write a statement in the live chat. What they want to do is they want to write a statement that they can then screenshot and then take over to wherever their gutter is and say, look at what I had to say to push back against the no white guilt guy. They don't realize that your statement's not going to be there. The other thing they do is they'll take video clips. This is one of the most egregious things. They do this a lot. They'll take a video clip, and it might be 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 minutes long. They'll clip out me talking. They'll put it up on a platform, and then they'll give it a title that has nothing to do with what I said in the clip. I've refuted 4 of them over the past week. Nothing to do with what I said in the clip, and something that's totally just awful that will turn people against me, or just by the title. But they know that human nature, the person's going to read the title and then think, no one would lie to me that bad that they would put a video in this that doesn't actually say what the title says it says. But that's exactly what they do. That is exactly what they do. And I've written back, I've said, actually, in at least 2 of the cases, not only was the video, the clip, not supporting the title and the claim, but it refuted the title. And I wrote back, I was like, this actually refutes what you're saying. And of course, they don't care. They don't care. All right. Yeah. Oh, here's Promethean Promulgation coming in. He saw one. Yes, someone took a clip of you talking about one villain group and claimed you were talking about someone else. Meh says, no, we just want you to answer the questions. What questions are you talking about? I've spoken at length to all of the, that's another thing. If you're one of those folks, I mean, thank you for being polite, but if you're one of those folks, then you'll know that I've spoken to everything. I mean, just in the course of this stream alone, and to say, I mean, it's Eke Lux style to then say, well, you haven't answered my question. I'll be happy to have a debate with you at some point. I talk for hours and hours and hours. Not one of my arguments addressed by these self-identified goyim. And then they say, okay, when are you ready to have a conversation? When are you ready to get started? So that's obviously disingenuous. And I'm not going to be. Maybe you haven't noticed. But I'm a little bit on the bright side. And I don't fall for that sort of stupidity. Now, I don't think many people would, but I'm definitely not going to fall for that sort of stupidity. So you're not going to be able to sort of manipulate. And I'm saying 100% that's what you're saying, man. But others are saying that sort of thing. Others are using that sort of tactic. I could say, to break this down so that everybody can very easily say, somebody could say, how did you turn the lights on in this room? Well, I flipped the light switch. When are you going to answer my question about how you turn the lights on in this room? Well, I did. I told you I turned on the light switch. If you're not going to address it, then you just need to say you're not going to address. I mean, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. So obviously that's disingenuous. It's sophistry. You might not know what that word means, but look it up. It's specious. So just knock it off. I'm not falling for it. Thank you for the effort. Yeah, there's another hand rubbing intensified. Man, I can see what you write. Even when they delete your comment, I can see what you write. So tag me and write it. And even if it gets deleted, I still see it. But what you're doing is If my troll slayers are seeing you use a deceptive tactic like that, a specious tactic like that, again and again, how did you turn the lights on? I flipped the light switch. When are you going to admit how the lights are turned on? I told you I flipped the light switch. How much more are we going to have to suffer before you will own up to how you turned the lights on? I told you I flipped the switch. That guy, No White Guilt, he wants us to suffer because he won't answer the question about how we turn the lights on. Totally disingenuous and totally infantile. And also, at the same time, really makes it look a lot more like a government operation, because that's just psych warfare 101. Just misrepresent the opposition, say that the opposite is true, and condemn on that basis. So I'm not going to say how I know that that is psych warfare 101, but it is, and I'm far too bright to fall for it. And this community is too bright to fall for it. And we're going to keep pushing back. We're going to become so big and strong that we will be able to tell the world that you all are a different community. Don't go to that community if you're looking for the welfare of white people. And then you will be ostracized from that good community of whites, just like you're ostracized from anti-white society today. Who let the trolls out? Who let the trolls out? All right. Let me get to these final. I'm going to read your comments. Well, maybe I'll do some financial gifts now. How does that sound? Then we'll do these and we'll just keep rolling. Heading over to Entropy, and we've had some champs show up over there on Entropy. Awesome to see so many wonderful. The swashbucklers are in the house. Starting off with Yiz the Unifier. Financially gifting 10. Shut down the troll dollars. 10, shut them down. Shut down those troll dollars. God bless you, sister. She says, Weekly Folk Tide, to give some advice for the holiday season. I know it can be hard with loved ones who are still stuck in the anti-white narrative, but speak to them with patience and love. Plant seeds you can cultivate instead of burning bridges. Don't play the villain to your family. Kip, God bless you. And that indeed is actually kipping. You are kipping when you handle your friends and relatives and coworkers with love in your heart. And Yiz does it. You all know this. Immaculately. She's wonderful. She does it immaculately. Listen to what she has to say. God bless you, sister. Do it with love in your heart. Do not play a villain with your family. They will just absolutely revolt against everything you have to say. Dandy Westman, thank you so much, Dandy. Writes here, I might have a meme from you. Is it from you? Dandy Westman with $5. Thank you so much. $5 says, when the anti-white media silences the many assaults and suffering of white women in order to support endless immigration, yet it is our women who primarily support these policies. How do we help them? Brother, we are chock full. And that's another reason why there's a lot of jealousy in the white sympathetic sphere, and certainly jealousy in this self-identified Goyim sphere. Chock full of ladies here. Brother, you have love in your heart. You're going to be a man, a hero, a man of the West in our story. That means we get to decide what that looks like. That means we've got love in our heart. We got love in our heart. We're putting it in. And that might mean, it will mean in the greater scheme of things, that we are going to put our foot down to whatever degree we have to stop that victimization. It also means that we're not going to be submissive to our women. It also means a number of things that you see depicted here through me in Prometheus Rising, in Crucible. So you could actually follow the advice of Yiz the Unifier, who had financially gifted right before you. Do it in love, and women will be able to see it. If you go to our women, and I've had infinite success. I've had infinite success If you go to our women and you talk about our victimization, they will feel for our pain. If you go to our women and you talk about the evil of some other group of humanity, they will see the suffering of that group in their heads. The vast sweeping majority. Don't bother telling me, oh, but I know one. Oh, but I know two who actually will spit on the ground as soon as they hear. It's very womanly. Who will spit on the ground as soon as they hear. So what? So what? Love in your heart. Wow, folks, get out the swashbuckling emojis. Get out the 07s and swashbuckling emojis for Mrs. Jez Horst. Making a swashbuckling possible, financially gifting 50, shut down the self-identified Goyim sphere in our community. God bless you. 50 US bucks. 50 big bucks. That's what we are, men of the West. We are big bucks. 50 big bucks from Mrs. Jess Horst, and she says, hail, sir. Well, big Promethean hails to you, dear lady. God bless you. I feel like putting on my Zorro costume. I feel like putting on my Robin Hood costume. I feel like putting on my Blackbeard costume. I'm going to swing out from under the mast, sword in my teeth, because with the other arm, I'm going to be carrying a lady, swashbuckling style. Keep those swashbuckling emojis out there, champs. Simon JJ came in with a 25 bulldog bucks. I finally got to say it. Bulldog bucks. Maybe it's appropriate too that we have it from the both sides of the pond there, showing that sort of that unity. Bucks is slang for dollars in the United States. Bulldog is that absolutely iconic English bulldog. 25 bulldog bucks to carry our victory to the top of the mountain and raise that sun in the West ourselves. That's Simon JJ. 25 bulldog bucks says, this is to help with singing lessons. That's fantastic. I'm joking, Jason. You have the voice of a god. Well. I could probably use singing. I don't know about I guess it's maybe hyperbole both ways. I don't intend to be a singer, but I could definitely sing to children who haven't heard professional singers before, and they would be most delighted with it. But that's great. Thank you. 25 bulldog bucks to get some singing lessons, to take that dad voice to the next level. We're going to take that dad voice to the next level, and I'm going to be out on tour with the great ForNull and RC the Realist. We're going to make it. Imminent Rain's going to be there. It's going to be bass guitarist is going to come on. I actually had like a bit of a daydream dream. Have you had that where you're coming out of your sleep, but you're kind of out of the sleep, and it's like a cross between a dream and a daydream? That we were having we were all together. There was like a stadium, and we were just thousands of us, and I was coming out onto the stage to like start the festivities, and right before me, bass guitarist had walked out, and there was this like spot beam on him, and he had a blue guitar, and he was just like all over this guitar. It was totally epic. And I came out, and he stopped, but before he left, I called like everybody in the stadium to celebrate him, and the place then roared with cheers, and he turned back around, and he was like, and they turned the spotlight back on him again. It was totally cool. And then I came out of it, and I was like, I got to go to work. It was epic for a moment. We have JK160 here, financially gifting $10 US. God bless you, brother. He says, ForNull rocks. Can't wait for the next Imminent Rain song. So hard. Yeah, I can't wait either. Thank you for that. Brilliantly written. Here's the great Slots. He says, with $3 US, anti-whites suppress the white vote by lowering barrier to ballot submission for non-white people, but not whites. Yeah, it's very interesting. And look into this for yourself, folks. But it's very interesting how this lowering the bar for the requirements to vote by way of this balloting takes place in heavy non-white areas where they've really just cloistered themselves, and you know statistically that you're going to end up with a much greater Democrat than Republican vote out of there. So maybe that's happening, maybe not, but look into it for yourself because it's a curious thing. Thank you so much, Sloss. JK160 is back with another $5. God bless you, good sir. Jason, should I go with white Christmas lights or colored lights on the house this year? Well, that's an interesting. White lights or, well, what have you been using? Mix it up. Whatever you've been using, mix it up. Although I might be leaning toward bright white lights. I might be a little biased. But white and beautiful, tastefully done, white and beautiful, and then tell everybody that sees it, my house is white and beautiful. Associate white with good things. You'll be able to see. That's another reason why when this Christmas season comes, and there are plenty of people who practice these European religions that agree with me on this. Make sure you say everywhere you go, Merry Christmas, nice and loud, because anti-whites hate that. They absolutely hate it. Merry Christmas to you. I've had times over the years where I've said Merry Christmas and they're like Happy Holidays. And then I say again, Merry Christmas. And I walk away. Just don't be ordering. Don't say it and then get your food. You know, if you're getting food when you say it, do it afterward and then leave. Great question. The Great Slots is back with another $3 financial gift. Man, we got some interaction today. Get involved. Become part of the process. Become part of the gathering. Slot says with $3 more, I agree. We need to have a label distinguishing them in their white negative binary. Oh, yeah, I love it. White negative binary. Fantastic. He says, or false dichotomy. It is a false dichotomy. But I disagree with calling it something from a non-white story. Okay. I'm working on thinking of another. All right. Sounds good. Thank you, brother. And thank you for your input there. We have Dude Bro Moment. You know, a swashbuckler from day one. 07s for Dude Bro. You know, it's just, if I say his name, it's just like, go ahead and be like, all right, it's Dude Bro Moment. I know I got to break out my swashbuckling emojis. 50 swashbuckling dollars. 50 swashbuckling dollars. And he says with them, for white well-being. What a magnificent financial gift. We love Dude Bro Moment. We love it. If Dude Bro Moment was in a swashbuckling costume, what would Dude Bro Moment's swashbuckling costume be? Would he look like that guy from, what was that movie? The Army of the Dead? Was that what it was called? No, Army of Darkness, I think is what it was called. Would he be dressed up like him, you know, once he got along in the movie? Or would it be something a little bit more suave and debonair like the Three Musketeers or Zorro? Or Vincent B is with us. Financially gifting $10. Thank you, good brother. These specific ant gnats are low-life retarduses who walk around downtown with a, quote, mustache man t-shirt, then brag about not getting stabbed. I know, I've heard that too. They get kicked out of every bar for talking about World War II and see it as a win on the normies. Another platform, other platform, which I'm not going to say because we don't need Mark Collett to receive even more pressure from these folks. But another platform attracts psychopathic retarduses. Don't believe. Okay, this other platform attracts psychopathic retarduses. Don't believe the optics. All right. Yes. Well, it does seem that way, doesn't it, my friend? Thank you. You're spitting fire there. It's so truthful. Spitting fire. Now I've seen that too, where they're like, it was a huge victory. We got thrown out. And I would say this over the years. It was like, what's your objective? Am I in the wrong place? Where are my directions? Did I come to the wrong place? I must have come to the wrong place because I was looking for good things for white people. I know I ended up in the wrong. Sorry. Let me just, does anybody know where my directions are? Because I'm in the wrong house. Let me just get out of here. Thank you for that. We got Vincent back again with another $5. Thank you, good sir. Even when I was still a cult nat, they would ostracize me. Oh, this is big. Because this is how a genuine cult, and I'm glad he calls it, because this is when they are acting like cult nats. They act like a genuine cult. You disagree, it's burn you to the ground. You can't submit anything new for testing, and you can't think on your own at all. It's just got to be what they say or the highway, and they will burn you down as much as they can and hunt you down to ruin you and vex you and plague you. Whereas you don't, I tell people all the time when it comes to going free, which people can submit to. I mean, you just see slots, and I have all of these in the 3rd edition, great suggestions that ended up working out from folks that will be in a newer and purer form of the go free method. But folks that come here and disagree, we say, okay, you can go. We're not going to follow you. We're not going to slander you. Not going to go on Google Earth and say we know what the color of your house is. Farewell, Promethean farewells to you. But not in the cult nat sphere, not in this, whatever we're going to end up calling the self-identified Goyim sphere. Even when I was still a cult nat, they would ostracize me for telling new guys not to talk about, quote, mustache man to strangers. So get that. So the purist, right? You got to be like all the way with their ideology, or you're going to be burned down for it. They see this as the worst blasphemy, but would laugh at me when I told people not to pump and dump women. Wow. So a total moral position, which we articulate all the time because we love women here. That's why we're not going to let them lead. That's why we are ferociously opposed to these hookup manuals where you go out and tactics, you go out, you find a vulnerable girl and you have sex with her and then you dump her. Absolutely disgusting. So here's this Vincent saying, you don't do that. And that's funny. But when he says, oh, don't say to normal people this thing, because it's obviously going to run them off. I've got a brain and I can see the consequences of this. And then they say, oh no, we're going to burn you down if you object to that. Thank you very much. It's a great insight, Vincent. Promethean promulgation. It's always powerful hearing from folks who are on the inside of that environment. They come out and they're like, you wouldn't believe, but I tell you, I will believe. I've seen it. But other people need to hear it, because then they too can either not get dragged down into it, or there was a female who just the other day on Gab stupidly wrote her plan out on a thread that has tagged me. It was a bunch of tags. So she was talking about, and she used to come to this community. She called in a number of times. If you remember this particular female, I'm not going to say her name, but if you remember, she called in a couple times and expressed like sexual desire for me, even though she's married, we find out. And she ends up realizing that she is a me neither. And another girl who's not going to get my attention ends up being a me neither and decides, therefore, she hates me for it. She's over there on Gab talking about, stupidly, not knowing that I'm tagged, about how we, people in this self-identified Goyim group, we need to find that new girl that he referenced that is getting hit with the hate Jews all the time. And we need to save her. We need to tell her that she's doing the right, well, she hasn't started doing that. But that's, how this other female was acting. So that's exactly, they're going after people, targeting people. Smells like federal operations. Promethean promulgation, $5 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Says not only does Go Free work, but it continually gets updates. What I was just talking about. Thank you, brother. Just last week, the hero known as Axis Mundi gave me a good idea to approach someone that ignored going free before. And it worked on the first try. That is so awesome. That is exactly how the Go Free method is supposed to work. That is exactly how having a Go Free buddy or being in a GFC, that is exactly how this is supposed to work. Perfect. The machinery working perfectly. And bless you, brother, for sharing that testimonial. Let me jump on over. I know we got some on Odyssey. We're going to get to the financial gifts first, and then wherever the others fall, we'll try to get those as well. Over here we have on Odyssey, looks like a $10 financial gift from Java, who says $10 over there. Thank you so much for that. Says, for white well-being, Promethean hails. Well, Promethean hails to you too, my friend, and thank you for being over there on Odyssey and financially gifting. And we have also another financial gift over on Odyssey from Robert, a $5 financial gift from Robert. Thank you so much, Robert. And he says with his financial gift, I want before I go any further, I want the folks in this self-identified Goyim community, I want them to observe that when people's lives are being changed for the better, they are happy with that. And is so much of what this particular community they're upset about, and then you see them act out, is this what we call support shaming. And the support shaming is so severe in the white sympathetic sphere that there is this truism, if you will, now that it's almost like axiomatic that there is no money in the white sympathetic sphere. Well, Nick Fuentes proved that wrong, didn't he? He's now a millionaire. There's plenty money in the white sympathetic sphere to do actual good work for white people. Don't know what happened to that million, but actual good work for white people. If only we could inspire enough people to be participants in service to white well-being, then we too could have a white positive organization somewhere that is like one of these other anti-white organizations that can push back, that has leverage, that has intelligence, that has leverage, economic leverage, intellectual leverage, the quality of people that can engage in these sorts of contests and win. Our human capital needs to be upgraded when it comes to the white sympathetic sphere and our resistance to anti-whites. It needs to be upgraded in a big way, and that means that we can't be held hostage by people who maybe because of genetics, they're just never going to be good people. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's true, that just genetically you could be an awful person, but maybe that's the case. We can't let them strangle the life out of us. So this support shaming led to it being axiomatic that there's no money. And then when they see people financially gift, they run into support shame. You could find thousands of chats over the years of people support shaming me because I don't give all of my books away. You want to know how powerful the support shaming is? Mark Collett gives his book away. That's how powerful the support shaming is. Nobody on the other side is giving their books away because they know the power of currency. They know money is what makes it is the fuel. It is the oil. So it doesn't matter how, used to be able to say, doesn't matter how great your ideas, you can't do anything without money. But we, with just the ideas, we talk about it, have changed the conversation around the world. Never been done for our people anywhere else. Never been done. I mean, they can even go back to World War II. None of that stuff moved anywhere pre-World War II until gigantic financiers came in. So let's read what Robert has to say. I was defending you and the Go Free community on Telegram the other day, and I was called every swear word in the book. Robert, and this is what was I talking about? I'm telling you all, don't feel obligated to defend me because it's me. Now, if you have a scenario where people are attacking me and you can educate others, and or maybe your interlocutor, the person you're talking to, you try to bring over, then yeah, go for that. But don't feel like, because unless you're ready for the potential of the swine here, and if you want to go at it, then go at it. I mean, I'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy seeing them put in their place by our swashbuckling champions. But here's Robert pointing out with a $5 financial gift. I was defending you in the Going Free community on Telegram the other day, and I was called every swear word in the book. We can no longer allow this to happen. I am a big boy, but I know that we are losing many good people because of this. So let us fight even harder for white well-being. Amen to this guy. Amen to him. Let's get him some swashbuckling emojis. Robert, precisely, man. And the fact that you're a big man and you could defend yourself and whatever you're conveying here, but you're going to stand up for all of our people, weakest members and everything, that makes you an actual man. That makes you an actual hero of the West. These guys who can defend themselves and then say, well, we're not being hurt, there's nothing can be done to us, they're cowards. So God bless you for saying that. 07, sir. 07. We have a one library token from Full Fing Oz, I think is what it says. Says you, the man, you, and then there's this. Is this an actual accusation? This is stupid. What do you mean by that, Full Fing Oz? The man you defeated, and then he gives a name. Was he white? The man I defeated, was he white? But he's not using the word defeated. So it just looks like something to get me to say something on the stream that can be clipped later. But go ahead and tag me over there on Odyssey and give me some of the rest of what you're trying to say. And then I'll potentially speak to it. And thank you if you're not being disingenuous. Swivel around here. We're going to grab the mic, turn around. Really happy that we're having so much interaction. And I will absolutely speak to as many. If you've asked a question, you're made a comment, you'd like me to see it, read it, it's gone by already, you can post it again every now and again. Just don't look like you're jamming the chat with it. And then I'll be more likely to see it. Or you can head on over to Entropy, where you can post it in the Question Talk Heaven widget, and I'll definitely see it there. It won't go anywhere. Wow, we have a lot of participation over here on Cash App. Before I start reading Cash App, I'm going to quickly, but nonetheless, completely speak to you about what is a vague. Is that here? Vagues. This is page 202, second edition, iteration 2, go free. A vague is a vagues, people who have not come into contact with any form of anti-whiteism, or those who are not firmly anti-white, but who speak right and act villainy signal in ways that conform to the anti-white narrative. So we recommend that you use the word vague and vagues for our brothers and sisters that you might otherwise refer to as normies or NPCs, or all of these other terms either are not descriptive enough or they engender animus for our brothers and sisters. So if somebody's an NPC, they can't think for themselves, and therefore they engender this disgust and contempt in you for them. If they are normies, then in you is engendered we'll use dichotomatic again, I liked it, or juxtaposition idea that you are abnormal. If they're normie, then you are abnormal. Consciously, you can say, in this case, abnormal means something good because that normal is bad. Subconsciously, you cannot say that it's the case. Consciously, can you say that a tree is not a tree? Yes, you can. Subconsciously, you cannot. Does that make sense? So you don't refer to them as normies and yourself then therefore as abnormal, because that's detrimental to you and your opinion of your beliefs and your opinion of how your beliefs should be shared and how others will receive those beliefs. This is powerful psychology. Okay? Refer to them as vagues. Vague does not insult them. And vague also leaves open for us a truth that we don't know what their genuine opinions are. It's vague. And in very many cases, they don't know. It's vague for them what their opinions are. It's all about their thoughts, positions they hold. And it leaves open the door to facing them the way that you should face them. And that is with love in your heart. That is with love and redemption in your heart. These are vagues. They're unsure. One of the things that engenders, and they're confused. One of the things that engenders so much like love for animals is that we try to approximate in our minds how they might understand things like death or predation, and that causes us to feel great sympathy for them out of their confusion. That is why we call our brothers and sisters vagues, who haven't come yet, or who aren't over to white well-being, or who aren't radically anti-white. You're welcome. Let's get into the MP. If I'm sharing big truth, say so. If you're like, wow, that just hit home for me, make sure you say so in the live chat. You can tag me or not, but make sure you say so, and then put some things to get attention, like some swashbuckling emojis or something. Like when you're in church, for example, at least in Baptist church. I mean, another church like I went to lots of Catholic, Mormon, etc., and different denominations. Not always the same, but like in Southern, like Baptist, when the preacher makes a really good point, we then are like, yes, not yelling or anything, but we're like, yes, and we're nodding and we're moving. Yes, that's true. No, that's not good. I agree with that. Not so that it's disrupting the people around you, but it's clearly creating a communal energy that isn't present, that like we go to some of the other denominations. And I remember looking around and everybody's just like, I was like, are we allowed to agree here? So not that there's anything wrong with churching it up that way, but I like the energy of the crowd sort of revving up, that its totality, coming together and letting all of the sum of the parts be greater than. So let's see, we have the MP is, I thought I had it. Oh, that's the wrong page. Should put my glasses on too. 224. Meme pathogen. We are all children of God, so the races should mix. How apropos to be talking about church. And this is something you hear very often from Christians, and not all, certainly. The best ones won't say this, but very often you'll have very misguided Christians and hardcore anti-white Christians who will say, oh, but we're all God's children, and so therefore everybody should miscegenate. And therefore, that's what God wants. We're all God's children, so we're all the same. These are just different colored suits, and really undermines. Who could speak to this really well is Yiz, because she has converted a lot of Christians at church. We suggest the meme curative. That's very simple, and you please, with most folks, you want to deliver this in a sympathetic way, kind of a drop it and kind of a walk away. Meme curative. You are saying, quote, you are saying God made a mistake. He wouldn't have made different races if he didn't want it that way. Now, unless you're ready to debate on some theological fine point, then don't bother. You just drop it. Well, but this person in this book said that, and this person in this other book said that. Hey, I can look at the world. Would God want us to get rid of horses? The different types of horses? Would he want us to get rid of? Did he make these things because he wanted them, or because he wanted us to erase them? And then just it's hardcore logic that you can leave with an old lady and walk away. I have. And they just go, yeah, to think about it. That does make sense. Why would he make it if he didn't want it? So let me see what you all are saying over here. We have the great Omalahar has shown up, financially gifting $13.37. And $13.37. God bless you, brother. And with those $13.37, he says, for white well-being, WWB. That's what our Zorro writes. It's like, it's gone. WWB, right on the chest of some anti-white. The clothing, not the flesh. You have to be really, like good with the rapier. You can put it right across the clothing, but not even scratch the flesh. Epic. God bless you. Thank you, brother. Let me take a look. I'll go back and forth between live chat and Cash Apps. Stay engaged. Let me know. Let other people know about white well-being. Share the URL in your circles. Don't have circles? Grow a pair. Don't have circles? Grow a pair. How's that sound? Oh, but Jason, I don't have any circles to share it with. Grow a pair. And that could be a pair down there or a pair up here. Grow a pair either way of circles so that you can have people to share what we're doing here with, and we can reach more and more people. Helios, the great Helios Abbott is here. Great to see you, brother. Somebody called Ma Feels asks for my thoughts on the anti-white defamation league. You've summed it up right there. They're totally anti-white. SPLC, anti-white. Hardcore. They tried to get me fired many years ago when I worked on the Hill. Totally anti-white. If you want something more specific, instead of like a general, because I don't need to know, like I don't need to drill down into who's running or like who's in charge now and who's in charge of their legal team and all of this sort of business. I just know, boom, anti-white problem. So now they're on the radar. That's a problem group. Franklin's here. Oh, Franklin, thank you for that. And saying to tag us no white guilt. Yeah, it's just, in fact, you might even be able to just write no white guilt, but with the @ symbol definitely works. All right, now we'll go back over here and we have Art Acrobats. You know a champ. Art Acrobat's been around for a while. He's been around for a minute, as they say. I don't know why they say that. Why the hell do they say that? It's like totally nebulous. What does that mean? Does it mean like a year? Does it mean like 10 years? It's the language becoming completely ignorant is what it is. But Art Acrobats financially gifting something that's not ignorant is Art Acrobats financially gifting $5.09. God bless you, champion. He says, for DeSantis' wife needs size ZZZ strap-on breasts. What? Like that? You mean like that teacher, that shop teacher? Oh my God. Now that would be interesting, wouldn't it? I thought you would like maybe say something about that gold dress. What in the world? Like, has anybody talked about that? The gold dress that she wore. Oh, Jason, you shouldn't talk about the way they dress. You shouldn't. Yes. Is that really important? Is that? Is it really necessary to say that she looked like the wife of a third world dictator? Is that really necessary? Is that really necessary to say that it looked like she was passing off some large bag of drugs in some drug smuggling scheme? Is that necessary? Is it necessary that you think she looks like a drug mule? Do you really have to point that out? We just want to be ruled by third world dictator. $10 financial gift, ladies and gentlemen. $10 US. A beautiful woman talking about church, her beautiful soul. Beautiful soul. $10 financial gift for white well-being from the one and only I Love Jesus Christ. I Love Jesus Christ. I wonder. I get Christians, I get Catholics, I get Mormons that they tell me that the Go Free method has absolutely cleared up their worship in a way that they feel like they are they're able to be better Christians and better servants to the Creator. And I get that less though with people who practice European type of religions. They say less often. They come and they'll just praise the book. They'll praise the method, and they're like, "That changed my life." But they don't really. So, is there really a worship? Maybe there's not the same sort of a worship or identification with the deities. Is that what it is? No one has ever financially gifted and just like written, "I love Odin" or something, so that I would say that. Not saying that it can't happen, but. But maybe that's just not the same. But God bless you for that, sister. All right, let me look at the live chat. Lunders says, "You'll check your Twitter DMs one day, brother." Okay. Actually, let me write. No, I do check them. It's that they pile up. So Lunder DMs. Yeah, now I can't go wrong. Thanks for that. And thanks for being understanding as well. I've had people, Lunder, who have written me and then, like once, and then write back not even a long while later, like maybe a week, and then just have lost it. Like totally, how dare you not read and respond? You're just overlooking me because I'm not wealthy or some kind of, And I'm like, wow, somebody ran out of meds this week. This was the week it had to happen when they wrote me. How great. Somebody ran out of meds. Victorian Time Travelers here. Great to see you, brother. Thank you, Ivan, for sharing the swashbuckling emojis. We'll jump back over here. The great folks. He's there monthly, as some others are. He's there during the month as well. The great Brad C. Get out your 07s and raucous emojis for this hero. Financially gifting 30. Let's save our white baby dollars. Let's save our white baby dollars. That's what we're doing here, brother. 30 of them. And he writes with those $30 for Promethean Hails. A Promethean hails to you, my good sir. Always great to see you. And a great guy, that is. Wow. Keep out your swashbuckling emojis. 07s, swashbuckler flags, skulls, cheering emojis, swords crossing, swords by themselves, whatever it might be. Keep them out because First Last has shown up again. You know he's going to want us to think about something like a keyboard or a month or a type of calendar. And that's cool. And he's always bringing $100 to the fight for white well-being. 100, ladies and gentlemen, please. Let's make sure he hears it wherever he lives. Let him hear it. Let him hear your raucous emojis. First Last, I want you to open the window and do this and see if you can hear the raucous emojis coming from all around planet Earth. God bless you, man. Thank you so very much. Think about this. These people who are doing all this, like you got folks financially gifting, they're champions in their lives. This is what that guy Pierce talked about all the time, but he could never rectify, was he said, we have to have a community of winners, people who are successful in their lives and straight-laced in their lives, who want to be a part of this. The problem was he had occupied himself and far too deeply with that one sort of a focus. And even though he disparaged the group that vexes us, even though he disparaged them, he couldn't get rid of them. He couldn't get away from them. 100. And he says, oh, no, I thought it was going to keep keyboard or calendar. $100, he writes, you must keep going. God bless you, man. Thank you so much. Really, that's very special. Thank you. So this is a guy, I told you all that I got to sit down and listen to him play original pieces on the piano and sing. And it was like the equivalent of being with like Elvis Presley, I can only guess, getting to hear music that nobody else has heard yet. I mean, he was not playing rock and roll, but it was like that tier good relative to the music of that genre. So, and yet he's doing this. God bless you, brother. Let's see over here. Oh, I see some great emojis. Well done. Thank you, everybody. We had somebody over here talking about infighting. And the infighting is harming us, the infighting. And this can sometimes be said by people who are honest or sincere, and also used by people who just want to shut down the corrective feedback loop. Infighting has an unspoken premise, which is that we might go longer tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Damn it. Which is that we have the same objective. And as we are demonstrating, there is this self-identified Goyim group do not have the same objective that we have. They will complain about the victimization of white people as a pretext to serve their objectives. Sometimes they'll even complain about the victimization, not irregularly, they'll complain about the victimization of Palestinians. They have a different objective. So depending upon when you're talking about infighting, you have to actually have people and endeavors that are in the same category with the same objective. So those are two different communities right there. Now, then when it comes to people with the same objective, when someone articulates an error in a strategy and it's intelligent and intelligible, the proper thing to do is for people to evaluate the merit of the argument. Because if you don't allow a corrective feedback loop in a communal effort for a shared objective, you cannot end up with vehicles or strategies that can get to that objective. Because even if you could articulate something that is perfect today, tomorrow or next week or next month, as far as strategy or vehicle, there are going to be changes in the landscape that will warrant, in most cases, minor changes to the vehicle strategy. And it's possible even bigger changes. So we created the scientific method, my opinion, Francis Bacon, born out of Aristotle's thinking. We created this. And we cannot allow either honest people or bad actors in the white sympathetic sphere to curtail, truncate, or obviate in toto the scientific method, which is the corrective feedback loop. Now, it would be infighting and it would be unwarranted perhaps, if you have some sort of leader and there's really he thought or organization, and he's really not promulgating something that is harming the group, across organizations and across different strategies. He's just a guy in his element, and he's doing X, Y, or Z. And then somebody says, oh, well, he's a bastard, though, because that would be infighting that you could say, oh, no, come on, no infighting. So what if you think he's ugly? So what? Like all the people talking about me from these villain sphere, saying just endlessly, oh, that I'm ugly, face is ugly. Oh, look, his nose is. Look at his nose. It's like it's a little bit. Yeah, the nose was broken, and look, actually, he's and then also talk about things like my lips. They're like, look at his lips. He licks his lips. They're jealous I have lips. That's infighting. So that's what's being done to me from people who are genuinely white sympathetic, who that are maybe anti-nax, cult-nax, whatever it might be, me-nots. When it's coming from outside, like if it's coming, just think about it this way. If it was being said by the ADL, look at how ugly Jason is. You wouldn't call that infighting, right? So same thing holds true when it's coming from the self-identified Goyim community. It's outside of us. It doesn't want the same thing we want, so it's not infighting. Thank you, though. I'll speak to those things. And remember, if you write something that is objectionable and gets deleted, I can still see it. And then if I want, I can speak to it and maybe change it a little bit. Yeah, like this one right here. And obviously, you're going to get your stuff deleted when you show up in my live chat after all of your boys from this other community sending all the death threats and all the slander, all the misrepresentation. And you're like, yeah, the guy in that group, he's the only one who's doing anything real. For what? For what? An objective that's different than mine. So I don't even know why you all are here. We're not in the same community. Would you go like vex people studying or talking about on a stream about My Little Pony? Actually, you're probably one of the bronies, so maybe you are there. But would you go over when it's like a community talking about golf? We're two different communities. You want to orbit that community and cause harm to them, and this community is servicing the recapture of our destiny for Western kind. Two totally different things. So you can't come here. I mean, you're going to come here and tell me like the chef at whatever restaurant cooks so much better than Jason. So that's not what I'm doing here. This isn't cooking school, like where you went for your driver's license. And everybody just be aware. I want to say it again. I wasn't going to say anything, but after I said it, I thought, you know what? It's true that people should know. Pressure is being put on Mark Collett. And don't expect him to say, I mean, just use your common sense. He's not going to come out and say, I'm really being pressured. Because that would result in the same outcome that he's trying to prevent from happening. But just know what these people are doing. Just know what they're doing. All right, who do we have over next over here? Okay, get out your raucous emojis. 07s, we're still celebrating. We're coming up to the 9th hour. I'm going to take some calls tonight. And I think who was supposed to be on? We might go a little bit long tonight. Patrick of Southtown, I think, was first tonight. We have Ace here, financially gifting $25. Thank you so much. God bless you. $25 for white well-being, and saying here with those $25 for Western kind in a smiley face. And thank you so much for writing Western kind the way we are writing it. One word, Western kind. God bless you. $25 and a cute little smiley face there. And we also have the Artificer. Awesome. Financially gifting $10. Another swashbuckling champ. $10 financial gift writes, malice is why I came. Love is why I changed. Thank you, brother. Wow. $10 financial gift in this testimonial. Malice is why I came. Love is why I changed. Thank you, brother. The Artificer. Please, let's get some Let's get some raucous emojis, swashbuckler flags up. Let's run some swashbuckler flags up the flagpole for the artificer and that testimonial. He was no wonder this self-identified Goyim community really hates me. No wonder, because they had absorbed like this Borg. They absorbed all these good white people and then steadily ruining their lives. And then when they say, what, there's something else, something that like aligned with my heart from the beginning, they just leave that behind. God bless you, man. That's truly great. Run them up the flagpoles, the swashbuckling flags. Let's get to some of these, and we'll keep running along here. We'll keep rolling. I had some. I might have to. Maybe what I'll do is I'll save the announcements. We got great announcements. I got pictures from Irish Ice. I got memes from Euro Yankee. Epic. Thank you so much for those memes. I've got info from Elaine Sabatino. I've got screenshots of Franklin and screenshots of No White Guilt clips swashbuckling their hearts away in other live chats where they're talking about Go Free. They're bringing people here. They are the swashbuckler in the house when they're over in these other chats. I know that there are ribbits, and I know that there are some ribbits, and there are some roars out there for the frogs and the bears, and I know that there are some crunchies for the saltines. I know that some of those are showing up, but there is only one group that has that is the swashbucklers, and it's us, by God. And they showed up, and they got these. They were talking about us and in the live chat, and they financially gifted as well to get it put up at the top. And people got to see that. People will come over as a consequence. And as you can see, the numbers continue to grow slowly but steadily against the tide. And it's a result of these efforts. So I want to more formally look over that with you all and celebrate it. So we're going to need a roll-in going free maybe a little bit later in the week. Rolling going free a little bit later in the week, and we'll get to these things because I don't want to rush it. You know what I mean? Let's not rush it. We're going to celebrate these chumps. In fact, let's just get like a general. Let's get a general 07 for the swashbucklers out there. Everybody I just named. You have Irish Ice, Euro Yankee, No White Guilt clips, Franklin out there making it happen, hardcore. Elaine Sabatino making it happen. Elaine went out. And I won't go over it now, but she went out and got into the live chat of one of these self-identified Goyim community people who was misrepresenting and slandering me on a stream. And she just was like, you are a shameful POS. And did a great job running up the flagpole for these folks too. You can and should have fun doing these things. You can and should make it a blast. And the other thing I'm just going to mention right now, but we're going to celebrate more individually, is No White Guilt clips. You knew he walked with his head in the clouds, not because he's a daydreamer and quixotic, but because that's how tall this guy is in his badassery. No White Guilt clips running an ad for us on Facebook. Running an ad for us, for this community on Facebook of his own volition. So a general attaboy and 07s for everybody there that we're going to name. I don't think I can go over. It is such a giant pain in the ass to wrap everything up here. So I've got content creators I will share when we roll in. I've got so many great comments. I'll read so many great comments. I'll have to save those as well. We'll get to those as well. And that'll give me more opportunity to go to the mailbox and see if we have any mail. Don't want to rush things. I don't want to rush our callers. I'm going to be taking calls in just a minute. But God bless everybody who's decided to strap on that swashbuckling uniform. He's headed out. What's the character's name? And is it Army of Darkness or Army of Dead? Those are probably two different movies. Johnny Johnson says, name them's missing the point. We still name anyone by calling that person anti-white, even a jaywalker, if the jaywalker is anti-white. We just won't name all his people as that's wrong. Well, precisely. Very perfectly stated. And in fact, there are a couple things here. Those people who condemn that whole group and therefore turn off all of white humanity, they then will say, oh, except for that one, and except for that one, and except for that one. But the ones that they say except for are the ones who are going to also want negative outcomes for that community in toto. So to me, when you put forward a theorem, when you have a formula for a mathematical issue, it's got to work all the time. There can be allowances once it gets really complex, and some of our mathematicians can speak to it, for variations as the formulas get more complex. Nevertheless, it needs to be precise for the formula to be right. That's how we understand. That's how we read sort of the universe around us. The formula of they're all bad immediately breaks down when you start saying except for this one, that one, and the other one. So it doesn't make sense to the average person anymore. They're like, what? Not only is it immoral, but it's also wrong. It's not all of them, and you're demonstrating. And then they have to say, well, it's most of them because, and then they go into this long thing. With the formula that we use, it's always right. Either a person is anti-white or not. Then you also have the element of, do you call people by the names of their taking, or do you take the names of their giving? No, on both of those. We never take the name of their giving. And we give them the name that we want them to have. Because why? We are centered. And remember I told you about why that's psychologically important for us? Remember the whole water buffalo and lion analogy? Archangel says, hail to the Kuna baby. Ash from Army of Ash. Thank you. The guy's name was Ash. I knew a very cool guy back in the day who had like a statue of that character. It's like this big, and he's got like a shotgun in one hand and a chainsaw, I guess because maybe an arm was cut off, the bottom of the arm, and it's like the bottom of the arm is a chainsaw. He's all like scratched and everything. Thank you all for celebrating, a big general celebration for those champs. Get ready for the calls, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to have a very brief moment away. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to hit those other two songs. Maybe I'll play them on the roll-in. So I'll leave this up and we'll get to them potentially. But if just looking at, obviously, Mr. V, Patrick of Southtown, are you around? Because I will call you first. Write me first over on Skype. So that'll take place in just a moment. And let me take another look here to make sure I'm not missing anybody. We are over here on Entropy. Get out your raucous emojis. Get them out again. You know, you might as well just have these like laid out on the desk. How about your swashbuckling flag? How about the screaming like crackhead emoji over here? Get them out so that you can just toss them in. 07 to the great Western Inoculator, who was Sound Killer. 40 US. We're not messing around with the anti-whites anymore. Dollars. God bless you, brother, for that financial gift. Formerly Sound Killer. Oh, he said it. Formerly Sound Killer. I just got back from a hunting trip. Very cool. I had success with helping a friend come closer to going free. I use the term biospirit when discussing demographics in the West, and they loved the term and conceded I was correct. Kip. Oh my God, that is so beautiful. Let's get even more. Keep your swashbucklers out for Western Inoculator for the success he's having with the Go Free method with these people. Think about it. When he walked away from those conversations and they're like, yeah, biospirit, that's true. It does seem to be like there's something instinctual that is projected. That makes sense. That kind of means that I'm the same, as I kind of have this bond with other white people that's deeper than just saying we're all just white individuals. Something much deeper than that, a biosphere that's the same. Think about coming away from that conversation and having them think that, or coming away from that conversation and having them, not that conversation, coming away from a different conversation and having these people say to themselves, you know what? That other group is pretty awful. I hate them now. See the difference yet? Two different communities. God bless you, Western Inoculator. Beautiful. And we have Slipstream, financially gifting $3. Thank you very much. Tell them about somebody by the name of William. I'm not going to say the last name with it because I don't know what that is. And so I don't know if the AI would be listening for it. And then question mark, the guy you defeated. What guy? You got to supply more information than that, because he's saying a different word than defeated. So he must be either Slipstream is using that word hyperbolically, or he wants me to say this word so that everybody will say, really? Who did you do that to? So no, you jump into the question widget. You don't have to financially gift again. You financially gifted a little bit at Odyssey and a little gift here. Thank you very much for both of those. Stay on Entropy, right into that question widget there, some more explanation, and then I'll speak to it. I thank you for making the effort to ask again. Oh, I see. Now I look over at Odyssey. It is malevolent. So this is the self-identified Goyim community. And when they say you, what they're saying is that the accusation of these children, of these violent children who need their Ritalin, is that the accusation is that Jason is Jewish. And he killed, therefore, Jason then murdered the Jesus Christ. That's what they're saying. How creative. How creative. You all are so witty. You gave me money. You gave me money. You gave me money. That what would be good for me to purchase? That, you know what I'm going to do with the money you gave me? I'm going to put it toward, let's see, how much did you give over here? If I make it digital, oh, the other one now is claiming, another one of these Goyim community self-identifying is claiming that I'm black. Back in black. Except he's using a word that the America First community uses a lot for some reason nowadays. Good one. So you gave me, I'm not going to read your comments because those are library tokens and they're valueless. But the other guy gave $1 there, $3 here, so $4. So I'm going to put that toward 2 digital Kindle versions of Go Free that I will give to people, no charge, because this self-identified Goyim just paid for it. You are welcome. That's got to hurt. Don't come to a battle of wits unarmed. It just never goes well for you all. Be right back. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the base, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. Let's make that phone call right now. And all right. I'm going to try Patrick of Southtown. And if he's not there, we'll go on to Mr. V.
Hey, Jason, how's it going, brother?
Great, brother. How are you and what's on your mind?
Doing really good, dude. I'm a lot of things, actually. There's the most recent thing that I had done was, and get ready for this, I'd gone to see Black Panther 2.
Ooh, and you were not allowed being a white guy, so go ahead.
There was some interesting things about this movie. So it was actually less, sort of less anti-white than the other film, in a way. It was very anti-white in other ways, but like there was a point where I actually started to actually like the movie. I didn't go there with the intention of watching it for that. But I was like, wow, this is actually not as bad as the first one. I was surprised to not come across as many MPs in the beginning. It was kind of starting to draw me in. I thought, oh wow, an actual story, interesting. So yeah, you know, you understand that it's like a nation, like a secret nation, etc. and so forth. And there was a point where you know, I thought, oh, this is going to be great. And then, of course, you know, the MPs started to roll in, and I thought, oh, well, here we go. You know. They're in this second movie, they are confronted with a great threat. Another secret nation has emerged of Amerindian tribesmen that also have their super secret resource that they've kept secret for all of this time.
Wow.
You know,
okay.
It's really hilarious, and it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous and funny. So yeah, this super secret Amerindian society appears, and they pose a great threat to them because they're mad at the Wakandans for unveiling the existence of vibranium, this super secret resource that
it's something.
You know,
it's something that women use when they don't have men, or the man isn't in their life isn't any good. Vibranium. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's too funny. But yeah, so they appear, and I'm like, oh gosh, you know, this is just, it's just really weird. So they appear, and they're mad at the Wakandans for unveiling this resource. And there was this, gosh, how did they phrase it? They phrased it in such a way. So they were hinting at the fact that resources shape the intellect rather than the intellect that shapes the resources.
Oh,
they were,
interesting. Yes. Okay.
It was really funny and crazy. So there's this the Amerindian tribe. So a bit of background. Also, spoilers. I highly doubt that anybody can watch it.
Spoiler alert! Oh, all these. You know, I was going to go watch that movie so bad, but go ahead and ruin it for me, okay?
So yeah, so the first movie is about just real quick recap. There's like this magical plant that only grows in vibranium-rich soil. And that's actually the secret behind Black Panther's powers, is that they kind of grind this magical plant into a potion, and he drinks it, and like it permanently changes their DNA. So every time they have a new Black Panther, they kind of like give them that ability, and they have to earn it, via tribal warfare, kind of like a fight, like a duel between people to earn it, etc. And then there's the vibranium aspect of it, where it's like this wonder material that can do anything and everything, and they can do all these high-tech things that everybody else can't do. So into the second movie, there's another special plant that appeared in vibranium-rich soil somewhere else. They were shocked to find that a meteor landed in somewhere else. Like even they were shocked that there was another nation that had their abilities, but they were different. So this is the part that's interesting.
So they had different vibranium. Wow.
Oh yeah, well, a different plant, and the vibranium is the same, but it's the plants that grew there that were kind of like had unique properties. Like they had a similar plant, but with like unique properties that turned them into. Get ready for this. Into mer people. They were special Amerindian Aztec mer people that could like go in the water, and
I think La Raza has made that claim, but go ahead.
It's ridiculous. So they gained this power. So this is when the anti-whiteism really started getting into the film. They sort of discovered this plant in the vibranium, trying to escape the conquistadors. It saved them from having to be with them, because they to be on the landmass. So they were able to live in an underwater society. It gifted them the ability to breathe water. But then, so one of the children who happened to be, there was a woman who happened to be pregnant at the time when she took this magical plant that was gifted to them by their shaman, who said that they should drink it for whatever reason. They urged them to drink it to cure smallpox or something, and it ended up gifting them with these powers. But this one person was gifted with a special gift different from the others. Whoa. So he could breathe water too, but unlike them, so here's where it gets weird. He has wings on his ankles and pointed ears, and he can live, I guess, like he's like an immortal.
Kind of
his name,
cultural appropriation with Mercury, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the things that stuck out to me, is that it was stolen fire. Yeah. It was outright stolen fire throughout the film. Like, so all that's not the only stolen fire. Like they were outright copying our myths and legends, with a lot of this hero in particular and their abilities and powers as these like Amerindian mermaids. What was it? What was his other thing? So the people, the Aztec mermaids, they had this ability to lull people to jump off of ships via a siren song, and I'm like, okay, that's totally ripped off from us.
Yes, yeah. Well, they're gonna end up. I'm gonna have to let you go in a second, brother, if you have any final thoughts, so I can get Mr. V in here as well before we run out of time. But it's one theft from us after another, and then they turn around and they say to our young generations who are not inoculated against anti-whiteism, this was ours, and you all. So then when our children go out and they see that it's in our lore, they're inclined to believe that it's in our lore because we stole it from them at some point. It's just like when people hear rappers talk about, like back in the day, gadding someone and these sorts of things. They got so much of that from white gangsters, for example, and old gangster movies. But then white people, contemporaneous white people, believe that all of these things are the creations of the Black community. That's a really easy way to see how that ends up, the appropriation ends up happening and causing it to look like we have stolen it from someone else. But I'll give you a final thought, and we're going to let you go for this time, but we'll have you back next week if you'd like.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll quickly wrap up with a quick thing with on that note. So these two nations, they kind of like decided, the Amerindian nation wanted them to team up with them to destroy like, the colonizers and, all of this other crazy stuff. And ultimately the movie had like, the only positive conclusion was that it had a drift towards ethnocentrism and racial consciousness, and kind of like a sort of peaceful message towards the end. So that was actually really good in that way, but there was still a lot of extreme anti-white elements where it was hinting at, like, basically we stole all the tech from them, and that the white people wanted the vibranium again. Like, they were just hunting for it because it's all about the resources and nothing to do with,
Right.
It's just ridiculous.
That is so fun. Let's call back next week. Let's actually speak specifically on that point. I'm going to let you go right now, brother, so we can get Mr. V in.
For sure.
Promethean hails to you, brother.
Promethean hails and Pax Deorum, brother.
Bye-bye. Mr. V, here comes the call. And the mic is yours. And you've got 5 minutes.
Hello.
Hey, brother. Mic is yours. You got 5 minutes. Light us on fire. Swashbuckler extraordinaire.
Awesome. Then let me send you to the creation of one of our pirates.
Oh, my gosh.
So Nate has a tabletop RPG about piracy. And he has included white well-being concepts in this tabletop RPG.
Oh, really?
Yep, he included Biospirit. There's different races, of course. He did a lot of research. There you go. If you could show that, brother,
Yeah, let me
on
do
screen.
that.
Yeah, and if you could please post that in the chat, because he's going around the country spotting stickers and things of this nature. And, that costs a lot of gas and a lot of resources. And he's gone through a lot of trouble. Sometimes the environment, the weather's kind of rough. So check out his RPG, folks. Buy it. You can download it without giving him anything, but you're a good Westman, and I know you will follow reciprocity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So check it out. It's awesome. It's called Blood and Thunder.
That is so epic. I'm pulling it up right now, but keep rolling.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that with folks so that, you get an awesome tabletop RPG, he gets some money in his pocket, and he can keep spreading white well-being throughout the country. Because again, he's on this trip, right? So help support him. Aside from that, we saw the Outlaw Josie Wales for GFC Movie Night, and those based Clint Eastwood movies.
Yeah.
Oh, they just happen to be full of anti-white main pathogens.
I bet. What a shocker! It's so sick that even our like tough guy things just full of MPs.
Yeah, and it's right in the title, like it was before with American History X. The MP in the title is Army of One.
Oh God, so true. So I would love to be able to make movies for the anti-whites where I tell them you're an army of one. You never work together, and convince them of that. You never work. You always go alone, or it's not legit.
Oh, exactly. And he all throughout the movie, the bad guys are white, some non-white bad guys, but primarily white. And he is partnered up with white women and non-white men.
Oh, what a surprise there as well. Disgusting.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
you all are getting some good education from it, though, it sounds like.
Yeah, we always do. I mean, it's just anytime you think you're going to get something that's going to have less MPs, it can totally surprise you and actually end up being the worst.
Wow. That's something folks should really keep in mind. It really, really drive it home, because there's so many people out there, Mr. V, and just because I've been doing this for so long, I've heard it feels like an infinite number of times. But TV and movies, they weren't bad when I was young. Yes, they were. Yeah, they were. You just couldn't see it. My favorite TV show wasn't bad. Yes, it was. You just couldn't see it then.
No, exactly. You weren't trained to see it, and you weren't paying attention. Let me tell you another one. So the Amerindian guy says the white men have been sneaking up on us for years. And then he starts talking about how they took our land, his sons died in the Trail of Tears. And then Clint Eastwood's character says, seems we can't trust the white man.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
We're just always lied to by the white man. We make all these deals with him, and then he just always reneges on us. Sure.
Yeah, and some interesting stuff there about Amerindians having like superpowers and being able to sneak up on you no matter what. Like only an Amerindian person could do this.
Yeah.
You can't do this, white man. You don't have these, sneak plus 10. You didn't max out your skill points.
Yeah.
It's just totally ridiculous.
It is so ridiculous. You're right.
But yeah, brother, that's another one. Next week, we're going to watch Rashomon from 1950 by Akira Kurosawa. So Japanese movie.
Interesting. Well, I'll really be interested in hearing what you all have to say watching that. Yes, let's talk about that.
Oh, yeah. And just by myself, I watched Dunkirk by Christopher Nolan. And although they don't mention the Germans often, they just call them the enemy. That right there is an MP, because it's about Dunkirk, and they make you feel this anxiety and this sense of being trapped, this claustrophobia, right? And when you watch the extras on the DVDs, which you should always do for extra MPs, they talk about annihilation, and they talk about it as, if we didn't do this after England, it would be the world. So it falls into these, all these MPs about world domination and all this kind of stuff, right? So people who think, Dunkirk, that wasn't so bad. It still was falling into the brother war anti-white narrative.
Exactly.
It really was. Yeah.
When we make,
and it's,
when we make movies, oh shit, we're out of time, brother. When we make movies that have to talk about brothers killing brothers, we're going to have it laced through with white people who don't want it, and our brothers coming together. But I got to let you go right now. We are out of time. You are number one next week, okay?
Thank you, brother. I left you some quotes there from the Gab guy in case you want to check those out.
Oh, I'll check it out. Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails, brother. Take care.
All right. I hate running out of time like that. You can see on the screen this awesome swashbuckler. Great Nate. Make sure you support him. He needs the help. Listen, we're doing great things, and we're being attacked by the right people. Somebody coming in and saying that I make some kind of good money. What a joke. I wish. I love you all. We'll get back together later in the week. Let's go free.